Hi, my name is Stephanie Lester, and today we are creating Peter Rabbit from a kit by the Crafty Kit Company. Welcome to the video workshop of the kit, Peter Rabbit with his pocket handkerchief by the Crafty Kit Company. And also the Peter Rabbit I'm talking about is obviously Beatrix Potter's wonderful Peter Rabbit. You're very welcome. So this is an improver's kit. So I am assuming you've done at least one needle felting project before. Okay, my main purpose for this video is to just further explain the instructions with the kit, which you will have both the text and the pictorial instructions. And this is just the video to complement that. Okay, because some people just prefer to be shown rather than to seeing something in 2D. They much rather see the 3D instructions, as it were. Other people just prefer a felt along. Whatever your reason for being here, you are very, very welcome. Okay. Now, if you just want to scoot along to a particular section in the instructions, there's an index below, and you can just click on the section that you want to go to and pop along to that bit. If you've got any questions, you can pop it below and I will answer as soon as I am notified, and I will be notified immediately you've made a comment. Or you can join my Facebook group, which is Tutiques Tips and Tutorials. I will put a link to that below as well. And then there's the Crafty Kit Company group, which is called Craft Your Way to Happiness. I will also put a link to that below. So you've got 3 places you can go to and ask questions if we haven't explained it for you properly in either the instructions or this video, or you just want to share your thoughts on the kit and the instructions. That's all good too. Okay. I think that's about it. I think we're now going to go straight over to the overhead camera onto the desktop. And that's how we will be doing the rest of the video. I'll come back at the end just to sum up, but I'll be on the overhead. I will be in the top right hand corner just in case I need to tell you something rather than showing you something. So see you over in the desktop in a sec. Okay, so here we are on my desktop. So as you can see, I've got everything from the kit here so that we can go through that in a second. You will notice my little mouse over here, my computer mouse, just so that if I need to switch to things bigger or smaller so that you can see them better, that's why that's there. And just over here, I do have my little Peter Rabbit, my sample that I made earlier, so that I can refer to him and show you when we get to particular points, just to explain why we're doing something a certain way. Okay, now it's worth explaining, it's written down in the instructions, it's worth saying that when I refer to felting strongly, I'm referring to the act of taking your needle into the center of the piece that you're felting, because that is going to condense the piece that you're working on, or if you're wrapping wool around it, it's going to help take in the new fibers into the piece. And when I refer to felting lightly, I refer to kind of tapping on the top, and it's usually where we're adding colour to the top of the piece, or if I'm just tacking a piece on. Now I use that word even a lot because quite often when you're very first putting something on and you want to assess if it's in the right place, it's quite good just to put it on quite lightly. So that when I say tacking, even though I might be using the stronger needle, I'm still doing it lightly in the top, just to make sure if I don't like it, I can take it off, and you of course the same. Okay, so that hopefully is that explained. So let's come over to the kit. So as I say, just to familiarise ourselves with everything that's in the kit, we've got 2 pieces of felt. One piece is going to be making his little red pocket handkerchief. The other piece is going to help us make the ears. Now also what we've got, and mine's up here, is a little template for the ears. Now I've cut mine out already, you may not have, but I actually traced mine onto another piece of paper and cut it out so that I kept my instructions clean, as it were, and then I've written the little AB on mine here and split it up. So you don't have to run off and do that now, you can do that when we get to that point, but just to say I've got my piece already done for that, and I'm going to pop that there, put those 2 aside. Now you've got your coal wall, which I will also refer to as the white wall, the light brown, the dark brown, sometimes referred to as rabbit and the bear. Got the lovely blue, which is going to be on the jacket, and we've got the yellow for the fabulous golden buttons on the blue jacket. Okay, let's pop that over there. Now you have a little mat in your kit, which is brilliant for the purpose of this particular kit, because you will be able to do all of the felting that you need on that. Now myself, I am going to be using a different pad, and it's actually a wool pad which has been wet felted, and I've got another little piece of felt on top because it just keeps it nice and clean. Every project I do a new piece on top, and hopefully you'll be able to see that a little bit better than if I was using that. You might have a black one of these or a white one of these. You'll also have 2 large amber eyes, which we'll be using obviously for the eyes, and 2 needles. Okay, you will have a green needle and a blue needle. The green needle will be the stronger, which will be a 36 star, and the blue one will be a 40 twisted. Okay, that's what you will have in your kit. So I'm going to pop those there for a second. In fact, I'll pop the needles into my little mat here. Keep that pad with the eyes over there. Keep an eye on me. Right, now pop that aside, because what I like to do is to split the core wall up, sometimes the other wall as well, but the core wall up into sections so I know roughly how much I'm using in each part. And in this particular kit, we are going to make the head first and the ears, and then we're going to make the body, and then we're going to attach the 2 together and then build the jacket and arms and everything around that. So it's quite nice to make sure you've got, you know, the proportions right of how much wool we've got for the head versus the body, and then you don't have to worry about, am I using too much? Am I making this too big? Okay. It's also worth noting that Peter's little head here is roughly about 5 centimetres across, 5 centimetres up, and 5 centimetres deep. I mean, give or take a few millimetres here and there, but that's roughly the size that we're going for. So when we're doing the head, which is the first bit we're going to do, bear that in mind. And it's an easy enough measurement to make, just to give yourself a quick check that you haven't gone too big, because you can always make it smaller with the sculpting needle. Okay, let's pop him over there. He will be coming back in as and when we need him. Right, so the first bit we're going to do is take off a hand's length, because we will need to fill in little bits like his little pouches and his mouth, and little bits around the eyes and the tail, and maybe even at the end add a few little bits. And it's just nice to make sure we've got enough for all of those things in case we felted rather solidly in order to get to that point. So hand's length, quite literally, put aside with the other colours over there. Right. With this remainder, we are now going to divide it into 3. And then we're going to use 2 of those bits for the body and 1 for the head, which will be more than enough for the head, and you may well have over, but at least you know you've not gone mad. Okay, so I just fold it until I can get it fairly evenly across the 3, then pull that one. So I've got one, which is the head down there. I've got the other 2/3 still intact. Roll that up in my hand and put that aside. That's going to be for the body. Okay, over there for the body. Brilliant. So we've got that 1/3 for the head. So we're going to further cut this 1/3, or cut, that's the wrong word, isn't it? We're going to split this into 4 pieces. So in half and in half again. Doesn't have to be accurate. This is an art and not a science. Okay, so we've got our nice 4 little pieces to start off with the head. So we're going to now build up the core of the head in here. And I find, certainly for rounder shapes like this, the easiest way to do that is to tie a knot in the wall in the centre. Then you've got a fabulous core that you can wrap all around and sculpt the bits on top. Okay, so let's take the first piece. And as it says in the instructions, we're going to do an overhand knot. I didn't realise it was called an overhand knot, I must say. I think it was Joe that told me that. I just used to call it a knot, but it is an overhand knot. So we go over and through, just a normal knot. Pull it nice and tight in the centre. And in case you don't know, to do that, make sure you keep your fingers quite close to the knot and not out here, because otherwise you'll just pull the bits apart. We just want to make that nice and tight, so we've got a lovely tight knot in the centre. Okay, and now we're going to tie another knot right there on top of it. Now this one's still fairly tight, but just a little bit looser. Okay, so, and like me, I'm quite sure you haven't got it even, and that really doesn't matter. There we go. I've pulled it just a little bit tighter because I know I'm going to tie another knot over the top. So that's that piece. So take a second piece. Okay, and this time we're going to tie another knot over the top, but using the end of this piece. Okay, so just get that nicely ready over the top here. Now I'm going to tie it and then make sure it's in position, because whilst I'm getting this ready, it may go off of the knot. So let me make sure that's over, pull it a bit tighter, make sure it's over the top, over the top. Now it's worth remembering that the shape of the head that we're going to end up with is sort of quite triangular. Now I do like to, most of the pieces I make, I kind of think of them in terms of triangles or circles or shapes that you're creating, in the same way that you would if you were sculpting with clay, because it's far easier to think that, you know, if you're adding, let me show you on Peter, like if you're adding a bit of a cheek here and you can see that as a triangle, yeah, with a point here and points out, you can create yourself a piece and add that and start building it up in the same way that this head is kind of triangular shaped that way, and this way is a bit more of a wonky triangle, but nevertheless it's a triangle as well. And from the back you can see you've got a triangle, so it's quite nice to think that that's the kind of shaping that you're doing, as opposed to a big bulbous round all over. So I'm pulling this quite nicely and tight. So now, whilst mine isn't quite the same as the piece in the photograph, because I have not very well done that at the end, you may well have done better than me. Okay, so we will sort that out in the next bit, but really it should be 3 bits. Hopefully you've done better than me. That one's the smallest one really, but in the next stage we will sort out what bits where. Okay, so we now want to make sure we've got 2 at the bottom and 1 at the top, and as I say, I've kind of got a phantom piece here, which you may do as well, so not to be worried about. Now, the point is here is, as I said, we are heading towards a triangle. So I am going to decide which bit I think is sort of a larger base, which will be the bottom, and which is more likely to be the pointy top. And it is this way around because I've got much more of the bulk of that knot at the bottom. And I think if I take both of those pieces up to the top, that will give me where I can actually create that. So I have got a bit of a triangle. We will obviously create this point at the top much more, but those 2 bits come out down the bottom. And these 2 bits will be the bottom of the head, and that's how we will join the head onto the body using that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to take my green needle, and I'm just going to felt that larger piece towards the top so that I can sort of join it in with that other little piece and then pull some of it off. Okay, so what we need to do, because we don't need this mass, let's pull, so you've got about, so that you've got about 10 centimetre tails, just pull that, there we go. So I can join that a bit more, and then I've got my 2 at the bottom, which I'm not that bothered with that. So I shall just bring those together a little bit more. At the top, because that's where my pointy bit's going to be. So it makes sense for me to push that all into the centre at the top. And I've got a big Mohican. I do think that picture sort of 4A, it kind of looks a bit like a Mohican turnip. I've got a version of him here. I think he looks a bit sort of turnip-like. So I've got a few Blue Peter moments where I've got pieces which I photographed, obviously for the instructions. And this is what we're first of all going to get to, which is this pointy top. Definitely got the back there and a bit of a nose out the front, and coming down. I mean, the wonky here, definitely not, but that is where the cheeks, that's where we'll have a cheeks, that's where the nose, that'll be the back, and that'll be the bit which ends. So, but as I say, bear in mind that the size of this will be about 5, 5 and 5. So you can quickly judge. This is nowhere near that at the moment. In fact, I have a rather large, I couldn't find my little ruler. I'll hopefully find it before the end. But at the moment, I'm only up to about 3 that way and just over 3 that way, just in case you want that reference of size. So, okay, so that's where I am. Now I've taken that bit off, and as it says in the instructions, and I'm just going to tidy up this little bit here. I've got a loose bit which keeps slipping around, so I'm just going to hold him in place by felting into the centre. I'm taking my needle into the centre and not all the way through to my mat, because that wouldn't be doing the job that we need. The job that we need is to condense and build up, and if I was taking it out the other side, that wouldn't be doing a very good job. Can you see my cat Milo wandering? Oh, he's gone off out behind me. I like to keep things like that in the video, bless him. I think he thought he was going to get a bit more attention than he has. Okay, it's quite nice to have the one bit out the top and the 2 bits out the bottom, so we know the decisions we made as to what was going to go where. I'm just going to once again make that a bit more pointy. So let's use this bit that we took off of the long bit. You might have taken equal bits, but I'm actually that's quite thick, so I'm going to split that way. And because I always think it's best to add small amounts and then change your mind and add more than it is to add a lot and then think, now I'm going to have to felt this in really hard to get it to the size I want. Okay, so now I'm having a little look here, because if you look at your picture, which is 4A, you know, this little turnip shape, and as I say, you're going to get your nose out the front, as you can see in 4B, distinctly a nose out the front. And it's quite good to think now, have you got any part of yours which is a bit more bumpy out the front? And I've got that side, I've got a bit of a ridge out the front there. So I think that is where I will start to build up my front, because whilst I'm not doing the huge nose part yet, it's just good as I'm building it up to know that and not build it even all round. But what I'm going to do to start with, as it says in the instructions, is I'm going to use this piece, and in fact I'm going to make that even smaller, to wrap it around and build up a bit more height, which takes it in even thinner at the top. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to tack that piece on top there so that it doesn't move, and then I'm going to wrap that round the top and bring it down the middle, and then use my strong needle, my green needle, to just felt that in place. Okay, so let's do a bit more felting with that strong needle. Okay, as you can see, you know, it's just, the projects don't look pretty all the way along, and because they don't need to, and you'll be wasting time trying to make it look pretty at this stage, because all we're doing is trying to build up that shape. But I'm very conscious that this needs to be pointy at the top, so I'm just making sure I'm taking that in. Okay, so now looking again all around, yeah, I think I'm definitely going to be back there and front there for the nose, yeah, and then this will be the back. So it feels quite nice. And see, I always think the head is the place where I spend most of my time, because when you look at a piece, you look straight at the eyes, and that's the bit that you fall in love with to start with, and then the rest is like the supporting act. Okay, right, there we go. Just a little bit more in there, I think, just to keep that nice and small. It will need building up a bit, but we'll be using this bit in a minute to help with that. Got plenty of opportunity to make it right. Okay, so still the back, and that's the front. So I'm aware that that shape in 4A and also 4B, 4C shows that this bit is a bit wider than I've got. I'm a bit too streamlined. So this other little bit I've got left, I mean, if you haven't got another little bit, start on section 3, okay? Because we're going to use that to build up a bit more in a minute. So I'm just going to, and I'm going to use my lighter needle just to add on top, but I'm actually pushing the lighter needle into the center because I do want it felted in place. Now, one thing I like to do is when I'm adding wool like this is I like to just squeeze that bit that I've added, which lifts it up, which enables me to felt it down and into the piece, rather than sort of randomly felting around and not quite knowing which bits I felted or not, I can see very quickly by doing, oh yes, that's still lifting. I need to felt that a bit more. Okay, there we go. And looking at it from the back, as we can see, yes, we've definitely got the narrow bit at the top there, but not very much down here. So as it says, we need to use that third strip, and we just use some of it to wrap around the head a bit to make it a bit more of that, let's call it the turnip shape. So I have actually got a bit at the back, so I think I'm just going to put a bit over here. Okay, just wrap it a bit. Is that, yeah, just fold it over and put it over there. Use my lighter needle to take it into the center, the blue needle, but it just does it a bit slower so I can have a look at what I'm doing. So the good bit with this is there's a little bit sort of fluffier and end like that I can take around the back, but won't build it up as much as I am around the sides and the front. Okay, and same with that. Just adding a bit to the sort of turnip shape, let's call it. See, I mean, I need to do a bit more felting, but you can see how that's building up into that turnip shape here. So we just do, as I say, I personally like to use the lighter needle, the blue needle, to do this part, because it does it slowly and I can see where I'm getting to, and if I start to think it's not quite going the way I want to, I can slow it down, or I can actually get the stronger needle and push it in further because I need it to be more condensed and smaller. But it just gives me a chance to see what I'm doing. I'm squeezing again, look, squeezing, lifting up, seeing where I am. Okay, so yeah, we've got out the front, over there, out the front, I've definitely got a bit of a ridge there, that's nice. From the side, I've definitely got a bit of bulbousness, which I definitely need to build up on, but I most definitely have it going up into that. So let me look at the pictures of 4A, 4B, 4C. Okay, so I think perhaps he should be a little squarer, because when we look at our little Peter Rabbit, he is, I know he comes around a bit, but he's probably a bit squarer down there. But perhaps we'll leave that like that for the moment, because we can build that up when we get to the cheek stage. And we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We're going to follow the instructions. Okay. Okay, so the next section, we are going to take our piece out the top and we're going to split it into two. And we're going to initially bring one bit down the front. Okay, let's show you from the side. We're going to initially bring one bit down the front, which is going to help us start to build this ridge on the nose. Okay, and then this second piece we'll take down the back a bit and then bring it down the front, because we need to sort of flatten off that top bit of the head, because as we can see with Peter here, he definitely has a flattened bit at the top and then comes down to the nose. Now, bearing in mind that at the moment we're really just trying to get this shape down here, we will still be adding a nose and building up that bit some more and adding the cheeks. So we're just trying to get that shape down there. Okay, now I'm going to just do a little bit of a measurement myself and say height wise. So yeah, so that height from there to there is about 5 centimeters, so that's good. I should imagine width wise I've still got a bit to go. Yeah, I've got another centimeter to add, so that's good because I need to add that jawline, those cheeks on there. So that's all going rather well. Good. Right, so let's start by bringing this piece down the front so that we can bring it to where the nose is. And what I'm going to do is when I get to that nose bit, I'm going to fold it back because that's roughly where the nose, as I say, it's roughly, it's not definitely the exact place. We'll be assessing exactly where it goes, but I'm just bringing it down to about there. And then once again, using my lighter needle, moving that bit so that we've got that built out area for the ridge of the nose. It's very much, you know, building it out gradually rather than, you know, doing a complete circle and trying to make it into the shape that you want it. It's easier to know what shape you're trying to make from the start, having that in mind, and just building out from there. Much easier to correct anything as you go. Oh, I'm gonna do this. So there we go. I've got a bit of just added a little bit of a nose line there. Okay, so this other piece is going back and then going to come down, but I'm just starting by flattening it off on the top so it's ready to get that. So this piece is going back to start with, so I'm going to take it back, do a little bit of felting in place. Once again with a lighter needle, because I don't want to really indent it, I just want to see if we can build up this shape, and then bring it back over that flattened bit and down the nose again. So adding more to that ridge. We'll get the measurement out in a minute and just see whether we've come out too far. Certainly there'll be more shaping going on because, I mean, that is just a, you know, basic trying to get that shape there. We'll check the height. There's always plenty of opportunity to change because we're adding ears, we're going to be adding the jaw, we're going to be adding the eyes and everything. So bearing in mind, every time I create this piece, every stage is different. So it's the same as in, you know, I get the turnip shape, I add the nose, but this time it's this way. Last time, you know, it looked a bit like that. The time before it would have looked different again. But it doesn't matter because they all end up looking like Peter because you just change it at the different stages and you don't add so much or you add less here and more there. So don't worry about that. So let's just get our bum. So yeah, he's about 5 from the top to there. Out the front. Yeah, well, I've still got I've still got another centimetre. So bearing in mind I'm going to add the ears, so that's going to go back a bit, and I'm going to add that little bit to his nose as well. That's probably about right. So at the moment he's about 4 depth wise, which is fine, and width wise he's under 4, but that's fine because I've got to add that nice jawline. Okay, so let me make sure I've done what we need to do for this section. So okay, so he's just saying make sure we can be pressing with our fingers and pushing things into place. So the eyes at the moment, if you look at the picture or even at this, you'll notice the eyes actually end up quite a way back and quite high. Okay, so at the moment I haven't got that little nose on the front and the back, so he's just a little, the eyes will be just a little way towards the back from where I am at the moment, but nevertheless they'll be quite high and to the back. So it's just making sure we're aware of that. And in fact mine naturally is in there at that stage, at that point, so I'm not going to do any more than that than just say, oh okay, I've got that bit there, that's good. Good. Excellent. So the next stage we're going to be building out the jawline. So do you know, I'm going to just leave him like that, even though I know it's still a bit squishy, so that I've got a chance to change that and adjust that a bit when we get a little bit further. Okay. Okay, so this next section we are now going to build out the jawline. Great. So we're going to build this bit out. Now, yours might be a bit wider than mine is here at the moment, and certainly when I've done this in the past, this has been a little bit bigger at this stage. So this is why I like to start doing it gradually, because what we're going to do is we're going to build out, put it on the side, we're going to build out this jawline, and it's going to be a triangular piece with one point pointing down here and then the other points coming up. Okay, now because I actually need to build it out a bit, I could go and grab a big piece, but I'm not going to, because I want to add it a bit and see how it is. At the same time, you can do that on yours, and you might add a bit and then say, oh actually I'm there, that's good. And you can easily check with your measuring and see the width of it, because once you've actually got it wide enough to about 5 centimeters, you're probably wide enough. Okay, so that'll be a really good measuring stick, quite literally. Okay, so let me take a piece about this big, and I'm going to fold it and fold it, and then I'll leave that bit a bit squishy. There we go. So I've got a piece of fluff, and then I'm going to place this first one, as I say, with the corner there, and I'm going to get my lighter needle, and I'm starting at that point down to this point, that point down to this point. I'm going around the edges to start with, because that helps it to puff it up in the middle. Round the edges, there we go. And then I can look at the front. It's better if I do it like that. Look at the front now. Obviously it looks a bit of a mess, but I can see how I'm building that up very quickly. So now I will just felt down a bit more around those edges, make that, you know, bigger here, because the idea, as we've said in the instructions, get this jawline done, and then once that, we can fill in this bit here under the eye and to the nose, under where the eye will go, obviously, rather than where it is at the moment, because we haven't got an eye at the moment. There we go. Because I'm building it, I don't want to use that strong needle at this stage. Okay. Okay. You see, in comparison to that side, I've very quickly given myself a little jaw. So let's get a triangle on the other side. Okay, on the other side, go to the point and the other two bits, point and the other two bits. Just felt down at the points and the edges, these two edges. There we go. And that's nicely in place. Once again, I can look at it from the front and say, yes, I like that. It's up at about the same height as the other side. So now I'm going to do, I just push it down with my finger because it's then easier to felt it into position. There we go. You'll be, I mean, I'm always amazed that you think you're lightly pushing the needle in, but it's amazing how far it goes in, even with a light motion. There we go. Okay, so now here's a little bit lopsided because he's got more down here than he has down here, but actually he does need a bit more down there because he does need to have that kind of triangle, so it does need a little bit more down this side. So I'm going to get a tinier, smaller, I think that might be a better word to use, Steph. A smaller little triangle, just to give into that little shape there, just to add to that corner. Okay. So really not felting too much, just, and this is where if you want to move it, just push it with your fingers, move it down a bit, because it's still nice and soft and able to do that, and just to get the shape that you want. Okay, let's have a look there. Okay, so we're getting that nice little out there. Shall we have a little look at the size? I really wish I could find my nice little wooden measure. Okay, so he's about 4.5 out now, so I've still got room to make him a bit bigger, so that's great, because I always like a bit of room for manoeuvre, but that's good. Lovely. Okay, so in this jawline, form the triangle, form the jawline, spread the fibres up the cheek. It's better to add, yeah, once the jawline is complete, then we can add some more fibres to the cheeks up here. So at the moment, we've got a very steep, if you can see our little Peter here, he's got his jawline and then it just does gradually, you know, go down rather than it being a steep. So it might be worth just adding a little bit in there. Bear in mind, we've got our eyes. Remember to keep our eyes here. He's going to slope around, going to come down and have his little nose. So we'll just add a little bit in here so that it's a bit more of a gradual infill. There we go, just wrap that little bit. Right, I should do a little bit the other side. I may want to build up that jawline a bit more, but she'll have a look in a second. Moving with my fingers now. Put my fingers at the bottom, move that bit down so that it looks like I want it to. Okay, so I'm going to add a little bit more around there. Now that I've done that, I've done that push down so that it's going where it needs to go. And I just need to fill in a bit more there. Okay. I did a triangle again. So every time I'm adding a piece, I'm felting it more. So even though I'm using my light needles, it is still being made substantial each time I do it. If I was using the stronger needle, it would definitely be condensing it more and I'd be having to add a lot more to build it out. Okay. There we go. So what I seem to have done here is created a bit of a gap up the back there, you see? Now that one not so much, so I might just help that on its way. As you say, you've got your pictures so you know what we're aiming for. And you might well get there quicker than me. So I'm just going to put a little piece which joins that back of the head down to the jawline and behind the eye. Don't want it huge, but just want to build up that little bit of area. There we go. Move it over. Nice. See, I haven't added that much, just added a little bit. It's always the way when you do these pieces, one side goes better than the other. And I think sometimes it's always one particular side which looks better than the other. Okay, just looking at the back. Yeah, see, I like this side much better than I like this side. I'll just build him up a little bit more at the top of his cheek. Okay. I shall keep saying this, but it's an art rather than a science. So it's never a, you know, add a 3 centimetre square and put it here and this is exactly what it will look like. It's much more of a put this on and see what it looks like. So there we go. That's better. Just do that little bit of that fill in up in that eye bit up there. And then I think I'm ready for the next stage. What is the next stage? Oh, adding a bit to the back of the head. I might have done that little bit already, mightn't I, with this? I think especially at these early stages, it's progression rather than perfection, okay? because you will have plenty of time to perfect your piece. So there you go. Can you see from the side I have got, and this has got plenty of room to build that out a bit more for that nose, which I will need to. But we can see the eye socket's going to go in here. I've got my cheek there, put it to the front, and I've got my absolute triangle. Put it to the side, not so much, which is why I know I need to create that little bump at the front. Okay. But from the back, I've definitely got a triangle. Definitely got a triangle there. Not so much. Definitely got a triangle there. So that does need a bit more work. But we'll be doing that in a future stage. Okay, so the next stage is to build out the back of the head. So I've done a little bit of that in that last section for me when I added that little bit there, because from behind I basically added that little line there which gave me the triangle. If you look at your piece and it goes in there and not along, then add that little piece like I did just now. Okay, so looking at it from the sideways, as I say, the back of the head's a bit flat, and we just need to give it a little bit of let me have a little look here. Now we are obviously going to add the ears, but before those ears are added to square off that bit, that was coming round the cheeks and round to there, and then the ears actually squared it off. So we just want to make that a little bit roundy out the back. Not hugely. So I'm just going to take a small piece. I'm going to fold it over so it just gives it a little bit of spongy. And then, because I really, you know, it just curls up and round here. So I just want to give a bit of, in that bit there. Can you hear my cat scratching at the door? I will probably have to let him in or let him out the back door or something. Okay, I am just filling in that. I'm doing it with my light needle again, the blue one, because I just want to have a little play, because that's a whole, I haven't kind of said that, but this is supposed to be enjoyable, not stressful. You shouldn't be worrying about, as I say, my piece here is looking not exactly the same as the photos, and yours probably isn't looking exactly the same as the photos. The photos are the guide to show you the kind of shapes where we need to get to, you know, tell you to go through this stage to that stage. All the time we're going back and thinking, oh, that's a bit smaller or that's a bit bigger. But don't worry about it. There's plenty of time to actually sort it out once it comes a bit more together. Especially once you actually get the nose on, you can compare things to it. You know, like the eyes should be there in comparison to the nose, which is there. But you just have to get to the stage where you can build that out. Now, look, just by adding that bit, I've just given it a bit of a roundedness there. I'm going to leave it like that because that's kind of enough. And I'd already added that little bit to there. So I'm going to leave that like that. Okay, so this next section, which is the nose and the mouth detail. So this is where we are going to find exactly where our nose is going to end and exactly where the mouth will start. So let's have a little look here. So as you can see, we've got our little nose which ends here, and that's where then the mouth comes down. And as you will see from there, the mouth has a little bit of an underbite the nose is out and the cheeks are a little bit over. But as we also know by my little chap, is that I haven't really got enough out the front yet to add that little nose. So I'm going to need to add a little bit to bring that out. I'm not sure what shape you've got, but I can see from the pictures, and certainly the pictures 8A and B, how they've got a ridge there that I haven't got. So I'm going to add a little bit there. And if there are any parts that you look at on yours and you go, yeah, I haven't got that bit there, this is where, and at any stage, this is where you can just add it. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to do a video, because I wanted you to absolutely see that it doesn't all go perfectly to plan every time you create something. There's a process that you follow, and you know, this is the point at which we will be adding the nose, so let's sort that nose part out. But it's not something to say, oh no, I've done it wrong. You haven't done it wrong at all. It's just, this is the point at which you decide to make that change. Okay, so I'm going to, because I need to sort of add a little bit out and down there, so I'm going to add this bit sort of here, and I'm going to squish it that way and point it that way, and then try and build up that bit there. Do you see? Should I take my fingers away? So I'm going to, it's a flat piece. If I just tack it on at the top and just tack it on at the bottom, I'll hopefully be able to show you some more. So that looks odd at the moment. So I've got this spongy sticking out, but it's really soft. So that means now I can felt down the sides, drag it a bit, you know, closer to that, and move it around. Now this first time I'm going to just felt it down. It won't look brilliant, but I'll get closer to the shape. Okay, so let me just hold that down. I'm just going to felt down the sides, and then I'm going to gradually move up towards that centre bit, because that's the bigger part I need to build out. And then I can see how I'm moving up that to that centre bit. Still looks peculiar. And hopefully you will see how, for a while you think, how on earth is that going to look like I want it to look? But it does, because you just need to keep having the faith and following the instructions and getting yourself as close to the shapes in the instructions as you can, and eventually it just will. Some people say it's magic. I say it's all you. It's all you. Okay. So let's have a little look at that. So by adding that, I've given myself that little bump out of the front there. Still looks a little bit, not perfect, but it's still very squidgy. I know I'm going to be adding a bit more, but I'm going to now add a little bit more in there just to make that a little bit more substantial. Once again, I'm just folding it over because it creates air in it, and it just means that you can move it around. Once again, with that light needle, I can see exactly where it's going. And even if I can't, even if I can't see it, and afterwards I think, what was I thinking? Because I've done it with the light needle and it's still quite squishy, I could get the strong needle and just with a couple of movements of the needle, I could take a lot of that into the center and condense it into the piece. Now I'm just squidging my fingers here onto this ridge because it's the ridge, and I'm going up here as well because I've got the flat head, but I felt like, do you remember those dinosaurs with the big, I felt like it was just got a little bit too much up there. That little bit there was just a bit too much. I just think that's brought it into shape a bit. Do you think that's a bit of shape? Okay, so now let me look to the front again, because once again, we always have to assess what we've done all the way around. So do I need to, now I've brought that out a little more, do I need to just bring that up to there a little bit to make that a bit more of a natural bend down? You know, in the earlier section when we said once you've actually done the jawline, add some wool to fill in up to the cheeks. So now that I've extended that out, I'm just going to add a little bit more there. So it's still quite soft, so it can be easily condensed in if we need to. There you go, just added a little bit there. Let's just make that a little bit more of a gradual thing there. Okay, and a little bit the other side. Trying to decide, that one's a bit lower than that side. I think the other side, which is lower, is probably right. Okay, so here's a little, if I, like here, that's, I think, a little bit lower than this side. Now here's what I do. I put my needle all the way in so that that really strong shank is there, and then I pull it down just to stretch it, because that's the strong part of the needle. I obviously don't do it in the bit where the barbs are. And then pull that needle out. Now I've obviously accentuated that a lot, but I've just done it, and then I'll just lightly felt that in place, and I feel happier with that now. Right, so I just need to fill in that side a little bit. Then I'm feeling happier about that. I'm ready to continue with the nose and mouth detail. But even if I wasn't, I'd still be adding more. You know, we've got to do the eyes, add the ears, and we will be assessing once again when we get to that stage. Okay, so now I have the triangle that way. I have my wonky triangle that way, and I have my triangle that way. And if I look at my measurements, oh, stretch, to there. Okay, so he's at about 4.5. Now that's good, because I still need to add that tip of that nose. So he's about 4.5. I'm happy with that. Wide? Well, yeah, he's close to 5 now. And height, well, I don't think I've done much to the height. He's still 5, so that's good. So that's a good sizing, yeah? Okay, so now that I've got myself at that stage, nose and mouth detail. So we start at the bottom. So here, once again, this is when I'm going to decide where's going to be the bottom of the nose. And I need to take my needle and find that central point where the nose is going to meet the mouth and push my needle in. Now the good thing about this is we can just find a place, push it in, and then have a look. Okay, so my thoughts are always that the bottom of these cheeks are lower than the nose. The nose is lower than halfway, so if I work out what is halfway between the top and the bottom, which is, you know, about there, that I've got the jawline about here, so I reckon halfway between that is about there. So if I put my needle in and let me pop it all the way in, and it doesn't matter if he's through the other side, because I now can look at that and think, right, if I've got that nose and then that little tip and then I have that little mouth, would that be in about the right place? And have a look at the picture on the front. So for instance here, you've got your nose. We will be adding that tip because that's not there yet. They're not there yet. That's not there. So that whole bit, and you're kind of saying that's where it is. And it's just a bit higher than the bottom of the jawline. Okay, so let me have a look again because I might be a bit high. And that's, now I'm thinking I'm a bit high because, you know, I've got the bottom of the jawline. In fact, that is still lower than that. But hey, let's say that that's the bottom of the jawline. I'm now thinking I need to probably bring it a little bit lower. Not too much, but there. So that I can have my little nose coming up and everything. So I reckon mine's about there. Okay, so once you think you're about right, tap a little V where the tip will go, just so that then you can have another little look. Okay, and then you would go down a little bit and then go out for the mouth. Now you're going to be adding cheeks and a little bit for the mouth, so it's going to feel slightly wrong because it's not out far enough. But just look at the front of your piece. Okay, and you can see your little nose and your little mouth, and that's where the eyes are going to go, and that's where the cheeks are going to go. Obviously it doesn't look completely right, but does that feel about right? And about right is good enough. Okay, so now we're going to take a small, this is the next section now, we're going to take a small piece of the white wool, we're going to fold it into a triangle shape. So, small piece of white wool, we're going to fold it into a triangle shape. And I may well end up having too much, because I quite often do when I do these things, and I have to pull some off. So let me make that a bit smaller, because I can make it bigger if I need to. Right, that piece. Fold, fold, just keep folding it into a triangle until you're fairly happy with it, as it's going to be a little nose. Okay, and place it on the point exactly where we marked it and felt lightly. And you don't need to do this hard, and it's also going to have some colour on the top before you finish. Okay, so concentrate on getting the shape that you want and add some more fibre if you need to. Right, so on that point, so the point on the point, So I'm going to start by just moving that onto the point like I did before, and where I've gone up the side and kind of marked the side, I'm just going to what feels like tacking it down. Okay, and then just a little bit on top, very lightly. Move it around. May end up adding more because I did reduce it down, but that's fine. Okay, so I'm now going to push it with my finger, just because. Okay, let me show you. Still got a big splodge out there, but I have building that up, so I'm going to just felt that down because I may end up with it being a bit, bulbous, and I need to add some more to blend it in, or I need to felt it down. I shall have a look at my sample in a minute, and you can have a look at your photo and see whether we're close. I'm just redoing that line. Okay, so now, as we can see, obviously it's a little bit big and I need to fill in that gap there. If you look at your number 9, is it? Oops. I think it's your number 9, isn't it? Yeah, and look at what that looks like. And we can also look at this. So this is the sample that I did before, and we can see he's got quite a hefty nose, and it just needs to be smoother down there. We haven't obviously added our cheeks and our mouth yet, but yeah, we can see that. Okay, so my bulbousness is actually okay because I need to add the cheeks and the little mouth. I just need to fill that little bit in there, I think. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Should do that now with not very much. Just start with a little bit of fluff. Fill in that gap and sort of take it either side as well. There we go. And that side. Just have a little look in. Okay, so obviously I've got a bit extra there, but that is kind of it, isn't it? Okay. I need to decide whether I'm going to take that up or down. Well, that's still quite soft down, so I'm going to bring it back down rather than take it up, because I don't want him to have that bulbousness at the top again. Okay. Have another little look. Well, he's certainly filled in that little gap, and he's certainly got a nice little shape there. So just make him a little bit neater. But he's going to have more colour on top anyway. Right, so now that I'm happy where that is, I'm going to add his cheeks. So I'm going to add the little cheeks side to side. So let's take, and once again, let's not go too mad. Okay, so 2 fairly small pieces, but this is going to be into a little ball, which I will start off being fluffy and not pressing it down too much. And okay, so let's start by felting it into the under the nose line, and then take it round and just take the ends into the cheek towards the jawline. Okay, now this is when I'm going to felt back towards that nose and cheek. Okay, so we've still got that fluffiness. Let's do it quite lightly. I have a feeling we'll be adding more to this, but as I've said, you're better off doing too little to start with and adding. Okay, so I've added a bit there. Now this one I'm going to create into a ball of fluff as well, and put it down the other side. Okay, felt that down the side, into the centre, and down the line where the mouth is. I feel like I made a better job of this side, which is quite often the case. As I said, you'll make a better job one side than the other, and quite often you think that's the side I like, and you spend the time trying to make the other side look the same. Okay. Yeah, make sure we've got that down the middle. Okay, so as I suspected, I kind of prefer that side to this side. Although that side needs a bit more. That's obviously because I put more of it in the centre there, and that one I spread it out, because that one needs a bit more to join that up, and that needs a bit more in the middle. There you go. So I will just squash a bit more together to add on the actual cheek of this one. And if you hadn't guessed, I am using the blue light needle again. Once I've done the initial building, I often go over to these lighter needles, just because it all happens much slower. And you can see, hopefully, where you might be going wrong and put it right quicker. I mean, it's never too late to put things right, I think, in needle felting anyway. Right, okay, so I've got a nice bulbous bit there, and then as you can see a line between where it goes to the cheek, so I need to just fill up that bit so that it's a bit more gradual. And then we get to do the mouth. Okay. You see, we can now see his little nose. You can see his little cheeks on the side. Starting to get that little look. And now we just need to fill up that mouth, because he's, you know, he looks like he's got false teeth and taken his teeth out. So here we make the little crescent shape. So we don't want much. Let me fold it over and fold it over. If you need to, you can do a little bit of felting into the mat just to get you that crescent shape, but that's, can you see? It's that shape. Okay. And we're going to just pop that there. And I'm going to felt round that line. And then I'm going to pull this bit down. And I need to have a look at it and see. Okay, he's jutting out too much because I haven't felted that in the middle at all. So I need to now take it up. Let's have a look. Okay, look from the front. So I would like, personally, I like, this is where you do your pushing. I like him to be up like that. There we go. So let's just felt that in place where I push that. Okay, so now we have our little nose and mouth and kind of basic shape of that head. Not perfect, obviously, not meant to be at this stage. Okay, we are moving on to the next section and adding the eyes. So let's read the instructions. So we need to make the little craters for the eye sockets because we want to make sure that our eyes, our gorgeous little amber eyes that we've got here, don't actually stick up out. Because if we look at a little Peter Rabbit, you know, the eyes are sunken in the sockets, and then we add the eyebrows around the top. So what we don't want, you know, is to have created this flat area that the eyes then sit on top of, and then we have to create, so basically they'll have goggle eyes. So we need to create a socket to put the eye in that we can then build up around to create this eyebrow and look. Okay, so I certainly already have that space in there, and just by pushing my fingers in, it's kind of pretty much there. I'm just going to take that medium needle, as it says in instructions. I'm just going to go round that circle of the socket, not too much because I think I've pretty much got that space there already. I just want to define it a bit more because, once again, as it says in the instructions, the eyes are actually back and quite high. Okay, so I think on one side I've actually got that. I think that's quite far back there. You can sort of very much see the line of that top bit, but the back part of it is definitely there. But I think on this side that's too far forward. Okay, so if I, in fact, to demonstrate this to myself, if I put my needle right the way through the other side, make sure that's even, come out the other side, that's the back of this side. Oh, not very even that way, is it? So let me put it back in and bring it down a bit. Again, let's do it so I can see. There we go. Okay. go. So it's kind of even that way, kind of even that way. Now I can see that where that socket, I'd kind of got it ending there. It needs to go back, okay? So it needs to go back to that bit. So I'm just, that's actually the medium needle I've pushed in there. So I'm just going to use this lighter blue needle just to push that bit in at the back up to where I've marked. So I can definitely see the dent when I take the needle out, which I will do in a minute. But so it doesn't matter that I've created this crater here because I can just fill that up, which is why I love needle felting, because you can just fill places up where you think you've changed your mind or you didn't like it or all those good reasons. Okay, I'm going to take that out now and just use that medium, slightly stronger needle to create that stronger line at the back. Okay, so it's kind of a, I mean, the eye socket isn't really circular, but I'm going to do a circular because we're going, it's like that teardrop. I'll show you again. It's kind of like a teardrop really, but the original socket is circular. An inch. Okay. Let me just do that and then go back here and see where I am. I think that one might be even a little bit higher. So now what, as it says, felt with medium. Look at the picture of the finished Peter Rabbit and see that the eye sits quite high and just back from the centre. And take your needle or a pin. So if you've got a big pin, which sometimes I do have, she's looking around. Oh, let me show you. I have some of these, you know, and that is quite good at actually putting through and seeing where it comes out the other side. So if I kind of said, well, that's the circle, so the middle, the stem would go through there. And I could see, oh no, but I would want it to come out through there. Now that's, I can see already that that's wrong. From the back. Okay, so that would be there. So from the front, that looks about right. From the top, actually it's a little bit back. That one's a little bit further back. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it slightly forward. It doesn't really need to be that accurate, but you just need to be, because you can wiggle it within. And in fact, we need to make the hole big enough so that we can, where did it go? Pop our stem through. Now, I don't use glue when I put my eyes in. I put them in and then I felt the sort of brows and everything around them. And I don't find mine move or come out, so I don't. But if you want to, once you're happy, wait till you've actually built up a lot more of the detail and that you're really, really happy, glue them by all means, okay? But I would say to start with, don't, just in case you change your mind, because once you've glued them, they're going to be quite difficult to take out. So I am now, I'm going to take that out of that side because I can see where that went in, and I'm going to move it in an angle down, and then I'm going to do the same on this side with this. I can explain this in a minute. I like to do it down at an angle. Right, okay, so now firstly, the reason why I'm doing it with the needles is you've got a nice big shaft here. Unless you have an awl or a brad awl, as they are so often called, but I think we call them an awl. If you've got one of these, brilliant, just use that instead. If you don't have one of those handy, you can use your needle, because as the shaft gets thicker, you can push it all the way in, give it a bit of a wiggle, and that will make it big enough. I do it at an angle because quite often this bit is quite close together. And once you've put your eyes in, if you really do have them in exactly the same place, the stems will touch and start knocking the other one out. So it's actually easier if you put it in at an angle. Okay, so the first one, let's just push that down. Take my fingers out of the way, just in case I get it all the way through. Just doing a little screwing action. Okay, that should be big enough. You can see that. You can see that there. Let me do that. See if I can prove myself right. Yeah, there you go. See, went in nice and easy. Nice and easy. So then I'm going to hold on to that, the other side, and push that down. Screw rather than until the shaft goes all the way in. And then I know that hole is going to be big enough. Bring it back out again. You can still see that hole there. Take my eye and just, it doesn't go in that easily, just screw it and it should do. And then once it's in, give it a good old push. There we go. So there we are, eyes in place. Beautiful. Okay, so the next section is shading the eyes. So here we're actually going to add a dark brown behind the eye. Now quite often what people do, and that's obviously acceptable as well, because as I've said many times before, this way that we're doing it isn't the only way. This is just the way that we're doing it here. You could actually, put a felt tip pen on the back of the eye and darken it. I personally prefer to put wool to shade behind because I actually think it glows differently, and I have a bit more control over how dark. So if I thought, well, that's too dark, I could easily just add a bit more light wool to change the tones. So I'm going to show you this way, but if you prefer to do colouring on the back of the eyes, that's fine too. Okay, so we're going to get the dark brown, which is often called Bear, and we're just going to take off a really small amount, and then I'm going to split that small amount in two. Okay, and then we're going to start, doesn't matter which side, I'm going to start with this side. Okay, we're going to use our light needle, the blue needle, because we are just really adding the colour to the top. We don't need it to penetrate down. We don't need to do any more sculpting because it should already be in nice and deep. Okay, if you slightly lift up the eye so that you can get some colour underneath it, and then just place the brown around, I am now going to just lightly felt this behind. Now this doesn't have to be neat, i.e. we do want to come a little bit wider than the actual eye, but we do want to get it completely behind. Okay, so we want to get it right behind so that the colour completely covers our eye, glass eye, from behind, and we bring it out a little bit so it covers a bit more. When we've put the eyebrows on, we will do what I think of as eyeliner, just to do the inside of the socket as well. But there we go. Now I think in the photo of this section I have done it really quite wide, so it doesn't matter if you've gone really wide outside, because we are putting the eyebrows and the lids over the top of this, and it will cover it up. Okay. There we go, just tapping that into place. Now let me push that back in. Now that makes it darker, doesn't it? In comparison to that one, which is still nice and bright and orange. That one, we've definitely got like a darker brown, but it glints because there's still orange there. Yeah, good. Turn them over and do the other side. So I've got the other little piece. I should take off because, as I say, little to start with, and then you can add more. Just pull him out, sort of 1/2 centimetre really. Put this in. You can tuck it in with a needle. Behind, all the way round, and then felt it in place because we don't want it to go anywhere. Turn around. There we go. I always love doing the eyes. I always think that's when they start to, your creations start to get a bit of character. And it's when I've done the eyes that sometimes I move other bits around to be in the right pose for the eyes. Especially if I've got the eyes right, it's like, right, I'm happy with the eyes, everything else must move into place. Okay, so now I've probably put a bit dark around there because if you see it from the front, it looks a bit darker, but that's fine because we're going to add the eyebrows. Okay, so I've pushed the eyes back in nice and strongly so they don't protrude any more than they did. Excellent. Okay, the next section is more shading. So I've actually still got some little bits left over, so I'm going to use those. If you haven't, just grab a couple more pieces. Let's read the instructions. Okay, so you need to add a thin line to emphasize the nostrils and the mouth area. Take a piece of dark brown fibre and roll it in your hands. If it helps, wet it. Lightly felt the nostril line, the little line slightly down in between the cheeks and then the mouth. Don't worry if you've created a line that's too thick because you'll be adding more over. So this is classic, as in it can be quite difficult initially to get really thin because you really need a very small piece of fibre, a very, very small piece. So if you overdo this and it's a bit darker than you would like it to be, don't worry, you can absolutely just take a little bit of white wool, put it over the top, and it will just tone it down. But we won't need to do that immediately. Just do the shading now because we're doing so much more of adding of colours and things. You'll have plenty of time to change that. Okay, so let's just start with our piece. Now I'm going to just roll it, and as I say, if rolling it doesn't really, now sometimes what I do is just have some hand lotion on my hands and then roll it with that, and it just keeps it together a little bit more if you find it's a bit fly away. Okay, so first line, the nostril, I'm going to start by just tap that down there, bring it along the line, and then very lightly pushing it, really felting it, lightly tapping it into the line, and then I'm going to move that up there. It's probably going to be too long and I will probably cut it off. See how high I went that side. Nope, I think I can just bring that back down. I would quite happily snip that off if I needed to. Okay, so that's a nice dark line there, and I will no doubt be lightening that up a bit later because you know, it's not that dark, is it, in the end? Because once you've added that colour on the nose, it's amazing how it gets toned down. So once again, I think I do actually have a bit of hand lotion on today because that seems to be going remarkably well. Okay, so I'm actually going to go down the mouth first and then come up and do that centre bit there on the corner to the centre, down the other side, and I'll do that bit last. Sometimes there's a little bit over, which would just easily do that, but if not, I will add a piece. There we go. Take the tiniest and pop it in the middle. There we go. And so mine's really quite dark, but I know there'll be plenty of times where I'm adding and that will get toned down enormously, and I will probably barely be able to see it by the time we're done. So if you've done the same, don't worry about it. Okay, so that's that part of the shading done. Okay, so eyebrows and lids. This is when we really start to bring that eye alive, I think. I like this bit. So, okay, to start off with, what we're going to do is we are going to wrap some white wool around our needle, because what we actually want is a nice thin tube of wool, which we will then tack down here, take all the way round and end back at the front, because it's actually going to create this, so that you've actually got your, you know, eyebrows, eyelids surrounding the eye. Okay, so it's that bit that we're actually doing now. We'll take it around, as I say, we'll tack that bit, take it all the way around, tack it there, and then go round and actually felt on the inside of it, because that's what's going to define the shape of the eye. And then when you look at it and think, yes, I'm happy, then you can go round and actually felt on the outside. Okay, so first stage of that, we are going to get a small piece of wool, and it is quite a small piece. If we make this too long, it's not a problem. I've got my little pair of scissors, so we can actually chop it off if we need to. So I'm actually pulling this so that it's quite thin and long. Okay, so this is where we do the wrapping of our needle, of our felting needle. So the first thing that I do, let me put this over to the side so you can hopefully, no, I don't think you can see that any better actually. Probably see it better there. Okay, so we put the end underneath. Now, I don't know if I'm showing you this as a right-handed person or a left-handed person, because I was taught to do this by a left-handed person. Okay, so you can either hold it in your right hand and wrap it with your left, or hold it with your left hand and wrap it with your right. But either way, I always put the wool round the back and then wind it over. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to hold it with my right hand, and I am going to actually hold that wool there on the end, yeah, and I'm going to wrap it round for about 5 centimeters, which in the needle sort of pretty much takes it to the end of the shaft. Okay, so let's go. Now keeping it taut, okay, as I go. And obviously I'm just making it a little bit longer each time I wind it on. When I get almost to the end, I should come back down. Okay. There we go. Now, if yours is a bit flouncy, or this end, like that bit, started to unravel a little bit, if you want to, you can actually roll it on your hand before you actually take it off the needle, just to make sure that's a bit more secure, okay? But if you're happy with that, it should stay pretty much together. So I've got a fluffy end there. Fluffy ends are okay. So pull that off, and now I can actually roll it a little bit, just to felt it a little bit, just gets the fibres agitated, gets them a little bit. It will also elongate our little sausage shape a bit, which is why we might end up with too much. But normally you will end up with a thinner end, okay, and that is sort of thinning out that end, and that's good. Okay, so here we are with our eye, here we are with our sausage shape. So I'm going to take my light needle and just decide that that's going to be the front. Once again, this can be sort of manoeuvred about, so I'm just tacking that in place. I'm just going to refer to, because if you can see here, the eye point, it's more low and then comes up and round, and then that comes along almost straight back again, rather than it being sort of in the middle and round and up. It's much more of a starts low, goes over, and then comes back. Okay, so that's why I'm starting that there. I am then literally just wrapping it round, not tacking it or doing anything, just wrapping it round and saying that's about the size of it. And I'll bring it back round to there. Okay, so that seems to be the amount that I need. So at that same point where I started, I'm just tacking that bit on, and as you can see, I've got an end there which I may well end up cutting off, but not till I'm done. So here we go, you can see it's just literally hanging there, having held it in place. Now this is where you can look at it and decide whether actually, you know, that's too high, I want that over here, or I want that a bit, you know, higher up there. Now's the time to play around with your shape and decide what you want. But I want that same shape that I've done before, which is kind of flatter at the bottom, starts here, goes up and over around, and then flat back. So now, make sure you can see, I'm going to just tack round in the inside in place, and that will make sure that I've got the shape that I want before I go and do it on the outside. Okay, there we go, make sure it's nicely tacked in there. So I really am just tapping it in. Okay, so you know, I'm fairly happy with that, bearing in mind we're going to be adding some more water, flatten it down between the brow and the head. And this time I'm just going to go around the outside with my needle. Okay, which does integrate it a bit more with the rest of the head, but it also holds it in place. Okay, and you can, you know, squish it around, make it a bit thinner by felting it a bit more, and I am still using the light needle. Okay, we go. I'm going to do a little bit in the middle of that bit because it was quite protruding. So let's have a little look. So looking from the front here, so I can see that brow a little bit, which is quite nice. When I pull this little bit out of the way, I can still see the eye, so that's good. So once I've added that little bit in the middle there, that will look quite good. Now I most definitely do not have an eye sticking out of the head. Okay, I'm going to take my little scissors and I will just chop that little bit off. Because I can use that up there. Okay. And I won't felt that anymore. I am now going to turn over and do the other side and attempt to do it exactly the same. I say attempt because, you know, rarely can you do things exactly the same. But then, you know, on an animal or a human face, they don't look exactly the same both sides, do they? Right, let's move you down there again. Once again, let's hold that on my needle. Let's wrap it round. Now there, I had some thinner bits to start with, so I did a bit more wrapping before I started walking down the needle, as it were, with the fibre. Now it might be that I've got less wool on here. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit of a, before I take it off. Yeah, I've got my fluffy end again. Take it off. Okay, in my hand, and then just a nice little gentle rub. It's longer, but it's fluffier. Okay. Once again, let's tack that in there. Just that bit out the front, but down the bottom. And take it round. Take it round there. Okay. Maybe give a bit more there because I think I've made it not quite so thick as the other one. Because it's pretty impossible for me, I don't know about you, to make it exactly the same thickness as I did the first one. So just lightly tack that end in place like I did the first time, and then put this shape where I want it just by tacking on the inside here. And deciding, okay, now personally I think I've put that bit up a little bit too high, so I'm going to move that lower. That's the nice thing about those tacks, I can move that so I get that high over the top and then much straighter at the bottom. Okay. Now this time I can see that I'm definitely thicker at the top there than I am here. So because I've got this little bit left over, I'm probably going to bring that up there at the end, which is why I don't cut it off until I'm really sure. Okay. That's close enough for Jazz for me. I'm going to now go around the outside, bring that bit in a bit because he's much thicker than he should be. Keep checking the other side to see got it about the same. I've got to say, close enough. Keep sure, still pushing that in. And on the outside. A little straighter along there. Okay, so that bit that I've got left over, let me bring it up to, okay. Okay, bring it up to the, so it's going up, and I'm going to bring it up and over and round to try and build that up a bit more, because I didn't put as much on that bit. So it's either do that, we'll just add a bit more wool just to make it balance the other eye. So with that, or you keep twirling around your needle until you feel you've got two completely similar pieces before you add it on. Okay. 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 Checking again. Checking. Yeah. Okay. So I'm happy enough with those. So now I need to add the wool around the outside of it so that it graduates back into the rest of the head. If you look at your 13C, that's where that is doing. So we're just taking very small pieces again. Take very small pieces. And with your light needle, just tap that into place. Bring it round. So wherever there's, you know, a bit of a crater, or if you brought your brown out a long way, then cover that. You know, when you did under the eye. We will be adding colour, not to this bit here because this will be white, but outside of it, it will be adding colour as well. So that's why none of it has to be too solid, because we'll be adding it again. Now I'm just going to put a very light bit underneath the eye because I've got a little bit of a crater there. I think I've got more of a crater on the other side, to be honest, but it's nice to have, I suppose I always do the first eye better than I do my second eye. I don't know if it's because it's a particular side, i.e. I always start doing this side first and then do the other side, or whether it's just you can't repeat it. Okay, so that is what I want, so I can still see my lovely eyelid and brow, and this side we need to do the same. Okay, so I think I've got to add less on top because I added that bit from the front to make that bigger. There we go. Put but I will probably have to add more underneath. So just lightly tapping so that you can see what it looks like as you go. Get another bit under there. You don't want him to have wrinkles just yet. Bags under his eyes, bless him. He's a young little rabbit. Okay. Just lightly tapping that in there. As I say, we're going to be adding colour to that, but that is even enough, and that starts to give us our little face. How cute. You'll have plenty of opportunity to, make him a little bit bigger. If later on you think, oh, I need to make those a bit bigger, you can easily stretch it and make it, but as long as it's good enough for now, that's all you need to do at this stage. Okay, we're moving on to the next section, which is called adding colour. But just before we go on to that bit, a little thing I mentioned earlier that I was going to do to the eyes, which we haven't, is to just add a little bit of the brown colour on the inside here. Okay, so we've put the brown behind, and I just like to add a little bit in here, and it's almost like a little bit of inside eyeliner, and it just helps to give an added little shade in there. Plus it all, and I do use the tiniest of pieces, and take a little bit more off there. And it also allows me, I'm using the light one, and it also allows me just to bring it into that corner there, just to give you a little bit of colour also into that corner. Now I'm not, bringing it right up and over. It really is just, barely perceptible, but it just helps to create a bit more of that sort of shade, rather than I'm a pretend eye, just gives you a little bit more shade to make it a bit more realistic. There we go. Right, so, and I've already done it on the other side, although I could probably do with a little bit more at the top. But that's just a little tip that I do most of the time when I'm doing any of the eyes, really. It means you don't sort of have a stark eye. It's much more shading. Okay, great. So back to the notes. So adding the colour. So we're going to add colour to the face, because the next stage is to actually add the ears. But it's better to have the base colour on, so that when we're adding the ears, we're just adding it further to that colour and supporting it. So now I always like to have a little look at my pieces and decide what I think. And I personally think that, because if you look at my little I'll get his name right in a minute, my little Peter here, I think his little jawline is a little bit further back. But I'm not going to do anything yet, because until I've added colour, got the ears on, it might be that I end up with a bit of extra that I need to pull down there anyway. And so I will do that when I get to that stage, because I am still pretty happy with how my little Peter looks. Name identification, always have that problem. Okay, add colour. So in preparation for adding the ears, add the colour to the head. Take a small piece of light brown, that's our light brown, otherwise known as rabbit. We will be taking a small piece, that's actually quite a lot. And start to add it to the back of the head. Yep, so we're going to start to add it here. The wool itself is actually a blended wool, it's not just a solid. So you won't have, it's not like when we're doing the blue, when obviously we need a solid colour and we need to make sure we add a good old solid amount of it. This is blended, and so we're going to be able to just add it quite lightly without making sure it's really, really thick all over. Okay, so it doesn't need to be too thick. Then we're going to progress round to the jawline and the cheeks and finally the bridge area, but we're going to make sure we leave that surrounding eye bit and that nose and mouth bit, because obviously we end up with our whites around here. We do fill in the nose in a bit, but at the moment let's just keep that whole area clear because we don't need to do that yet. Okay, right, so that's our pick 14 as well to go with that we can see, yes, just to confirm that. So start with the back. So as it's kind of a triangular shape, I'm just going to pull that round, and I am going to do, so, excuse me, I had a really lovely smoothie with fresh fruit and I got pips. How nice. It's a tap. Okay, it's a light needle and it's a tapping, so I'm really just using the top and I'm just tapping it down just to give a bit of colour, not completely worrying about the you know, if it's all even at the moment, because ears are going to come down here, and I really am just putting this bit back here just as a support to that, because I don't like putting a colour, because we're going to have sort of colour on the ears. I don't really want to put that onto a white head. Okay, so maybe teeny weeny bit more, just in the centre there. Then I'm gonna bring it round the jawline, as I say, keeping that bit free at the front. Bring around that jawline. Okay. On the other side. Lovely. Put a bigger chunk on here, haven't I? So I need to make sure I don't overdo it. Okay, I can get that up to the bridge of the nose, because we're going to do the bridge of the nose in a minute. Bring that round. I could pull that off, but I'm just going to put it around the back there. Now, when I see lots of loose bits hanging around like that, I take my needle and I just twiddle into the middle of them, and it picks them all up, and then I can pop them down. Okay, and I'll put a little bit more over that side. So plenty of opportunity to tidy this up and put more on. It's just to get a nice got a little bit of vegetable matter there. It's good to get a first light layer on. Because once those ears go on, it'll be amazing how quickly this little head will be done. Okay, so I'm leaving his nose at the moment. Do a light bit in the bridge. Okay. Okay. Tap, tap, tap. Right. Take that over the back. Just lightly dragging my needle there. And then we get onto the delightful ears. Ears and eyes. I always think they're very defining items on any animal. I always say you can actually take a basic shape and often just put the eyes and ears in different places, and you turn it into a different creature. And the main one that I do that kind of demonstration on is a dragon versus a giraffe, just versus an alligator or crocodile, because you have that shape. And if you put the eyes forward versus the eyes to the side and versus them up and huge, they're a completely different animal. Okay, so that's why I love to spend time on the eyes and the ears. That was what my roundabout way of saying. Right, I'm just looking at the picture. I think I've possibly got a little bit more on the nose in the picture, because we are only going to do a little bit more over it. So the amount that I don't do, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to make it darker anyway, basically, on the nose. Just always got such a cute nose. Okay. As I say, just lightly tacking. If you do any 2D felting, it's the same as sort of painting with wool in that way. Pick up those fluffy bits. Okay. Possibly need to add a bit more back there, but I'm going to be putting the ears on, so. But once again, we'll just do that a little bit there. The ears will no doubt cover all that. Okay, just put that down there. And then I will be done, I think. It's a classic case of not being able to stop, really. Okay. Yep. So he has got enough colour on him so that we can add the ears. Let me just entangle that up. Okay, brilliant. Okay. Okay, so we're on to the next section of making the ears. So what we need this time is we need our piece of white felt and we need our template. Now, if you haven't already cut your template out, it's in the instructions. I actually transferred it onto another piece of paper and cut it out rather than cutting my instructions out, just so that I keep that nice and clean. Okay, so in the instructions, I don't know why I've put that in the middle, because basically I need to put it so that I can get 2 even pieces. In fact, you can even do it upside down if you need to, but get the first one on. Okay, so notice on your template we have got letters A, B, A, B. You don't need to transfer that onto the template, but we will refer to those in a minute. So I use a biro. I have used all sorts of pens and things, but a biro, hopefully test it first, do a little dab, but usually your biro, it doesn't, what's the word? The ink doesn't spread, so it doesn't come onto your piece. When you use some of the felt tips, you know, the ink sinks into the fibres, and what we want to do is draw a line around this and then cut inside the line, basically, so then we won't actually get a line on our piece. So I hope that makes sense. Let's start. Now what I like to do is to put a little dot where that one is, a little dot where that is, a little dot where that is, and if possible at the top, because then I can easily put that back exactly where I need it to go. Make sure I haven't got too much ink coming out of this. Okay, so I just do little dots down. Rather than draw a full line. There we go, dot. Connect the dots, as it were. And then down the final. If you've got, you know, those invisible pens, the ones which disappear when you iron them, or the dressmaking ones, whatever you've got and you prefer to do, use that. I'm only using this today, as in, you know, if you haven't got any of those things, use this. Right, now, I'm not going to mark the line all the way down there, but I have snipped that, so I'm going to just fold that up and put a dot where the top of it is, because I know I go from the bottom then up to that. Okay, so let me do the second one next to it. Like I say, test your pen or pencil or whatever it is you want to use before you do it. As I say, I am definitely doing this very lightly. Because I have a feeling I haven't used the best pen sample in the world. These are just my favourite pens to write with. It's terrible, isn't it, when you've got these biases? But that is another reason why I'm doing a dot, so just in case I've picked something a bit suspect to write with, it's very limited. And as I say, I'm going to go inside this line, because obviously we want to cut it out the same size as the template, and to do that we need to go inside the line. Oh, I need to do the last dot in the centre. Lift that up. There we go. In the centre. Excellent. So let's cut inside the lines. I'm going to use, I think these ones are pretty sharp. If not, I'll get some other ones. Okay. I use them for my teddy bear making, which is a whole different story. Okay. There you go, so I'm leaving my dots on the outside. Where the little curve comes in. Using curved scissors is not ideal for this because you don't really need them, but as normal I'm just using whatever scissors I have about. Okay, on the inside. Not a problem if a little bit gets in because we're going to cover it anyway, but there we go. And I need to snip up there, and I'll do that in the middle because I will get straight scissors to do that, I think. Okay. Okay. So that, nearly done. I'm hoping this little template is going to help everyone make this shape of ear, because bunny rabbits, I always think, have rather different shaped ears. Anyway, there we go. You've got some left over, pop that aside. Now we want to go from the point up to that little dot. Let me get some sharper scissors. Are these the ones I'm going to use? I think so. Up to the dot. Lovely. And the same from the point up to the dot. If you're worried you're not going to do a straight line, then fold it in half and crease it a bit and do it along the crease. But hopefully that's not too long and you're able to do that. Okay. All right. Now, I always cut these so that, not on purpose, but just because that's who I am. I'm sort of more one-handed than I am the other. And in fact, have I? Wrong one. Yes, I think the way I've done the template is one side is higher than the other. So I do it so that I've got opposites. So like that one's higher than that one, and that one's definitely fatter and out. So my two fatter ones there, my two lower ones out there. Yes, no, come to think of it, I did do that on purpose. Well, there you go, you see, forgotten already. But yeah, okay. Because when you're doing the ears, obviously you most definitely have a left ear and a right ear. You most definitely have a left ear and a right ear. One bit here goes over the other, and you always end up with a bit bigger flappy bit than you do, you know, shorter neat bit. I think, anyway. So that's what we're doing here. So we are going to take our rabbit light brown wool, and as per our little picture, put those on it. But I'll put mine on. If you've got the little mat, you might want to do one ear at a time unless you can fit them next to each other. But basically going to lay the wool, the fibre, across so that it comes out too far. Okay, so like that, because we're going to felt it lightly onto it, and then we're going to turn it over and fold those bits in. That way it gives you a neater edge because we've folded the fibres over, and it helps with the giving you, you know, on your rabbit's ear, on Peter's ear, it's sort of quite white and light inside, and it just means you can put the colours on that side, fold them in, and you're done. Okay, let's just play around. There's no, once again, absolutes on this as to how deep. You're just playing. I don't do it so it's solid once again, because we've got the white showing through anyway. But I think I'll start light needle, and we are just tapping down. Now you always think you're not going very far, so do it at an angle and you're less likely to be pushing it into the mat. Okay, so I do it at an angle, because if I do that, I'm always amazed at how far I am actually pushing those fibres into the wall. Right, seems to be a bit sparse down here. Add a bit more there at the edges. We will lift it very soon, because we absolutely do not want to overfelt this and then have difficulty lifting it up. Okay, lift that up there a sec while I get to this one. Let's just go into the top bit a bit, and this bit. I mean, make sure you've obviously done a little bit round the edge, but then just do light taps, because when we pick it up, when we turn it over and pick it up, we can rub it in our hand as well to give it an extra bonding. Helps entangle all the fibres even more. Don't worry about going over the line, because we snip it again just to make up for any fibres that we've gone over the line with, rather than worrying about it. Which is why we needed to snip it before we did this, because you wouldn't be able to see a little dot. Okay, I think I'm nearly there. A little bit more there, so it falls off. Okay, so I'm just lifting it up at the bottom. There we go, lift it up. That's not too bad at all. You can see how far you've pushed the fibres through, because they're coming through the other side. Okay, and the same with the other one. Yeah, not too bad. Good. I wasn't too harsh with mine. Okay, so this is where we're going to fold these over and bring them down and into the centre, rather than all into the centre. Move them down and into the centre, and just give them a little tap around the outside. Once again, we may need to be adding some more even after we've done this, and that's fine. It just gives you a neat start to it, and over and into the centre. There we go. Doing it a bit harsher there, aren't I, than I was doing the first time. Not sure why that is. Perhaps because I was so pleased with the fact that I hadn't felted too far through. I feel like I can go a bit more gusto, but that's not strictly true. I'm probably fooling myself with that. make sure I do this at an angle. Listen to my own advice. That would be a first, wouldn't it? Okay. And over that way. Okay, let's just lift that up because I don't want it to get too. Just going to do a little hand iron, as I call it. Put my little chap over there. Okay. Yeah. Give it a little in the middle there. Quite pleased with that. So if we fold him in, yeah. I might give him a little darker bits there in a minute, but let's carry on with the second one. Fold those in. See, I seem to have got more on this one. Always will have more on one than you do on the other. Okay. Little light. Almost a jab, isn't it? Little jabbing. Show that corner edge is the word I'm looking for. Make sure we get that edge. There we go. Make sure you can see. Now, if at any stage you feel like you've over felted, i.e. put too much wool on this and it's really, really thick, and you'd really rather not do another one, I would iron it. I mean, I use stretch across here, hair straighteners to iron my pieces. Hair straighteners, there you go. If I need to iron, and I often would iron the edges and not the whole thing, because if you see something and the edge is thin, your eye will tell you the rest of it's thin, so you don't always have to do the whole bit. But if you're doing like little mouse's ears where they're very, very small, then I would flatten it with an iron or a hair straightener to make it really nice and thin and pliable. So it's quite muggy in here today. I might have to turn my little air conditioning unit on. Okay, lift that up. I will compare them in a minute because I'll try and bring them as close to the same look as possible. Okay, so that one needs to fill in that bit, doesn't it? It's not quite as even though they'll be crossed over, as you will see in a minute. Okay, just do that little bit down there. Marvellous. Do a little bit the other side. I mean, it really is the teeniest of pieces. Once again, do my little twizzle to pick up the bits. Make sure that still stays on. Okay. So just play around with yours, just have a little look, decide. As I say, there will absolutely be white patches, and there really does need to be, because it's not a solid colour that we want. It really is just lightly felting these on. Okay. Now, we do have fluffy edges. So even though we've folded them over, we can actually do that a bit more if we want to. There are two ways of getting these edges. So they're less fluffy. And I think it's probably a good idea to do that now. So I need to get a piece of card. Okay, I have a piece of card. Now then, the edges. Now, they're not actually that bad, but sometimes, and it just depends how much you've pulled across and not, yours might be, there we go. So they're a bit fluffy around the edges, and it's these edges I'm looking at, not these ones, just these ones. And it's probably, if I'm going to neaten them up, now would be the time. So there's two ways. Obviously, you can take your scissors and you can snip them off. But sometimes I would rather neaten them up by felting. And to protect your little fingers, I put a piece of card. And then I just do a light tap of the edge. That just neatens it up enough. Okay, and then I'll go over the other side. Do a light tap. Now I'm putting my fingers into play there. Because really I should have got a bigger piece and come across and grabbed it all. But that will very quickly neaten that up. Or, as I say, you can just snip the little bits off. Because even if you've got a bit of a white edge, that's okay. Because I think I've actually got quite whitish edges there. You can see the edge. And that's okay. If you look at rabbits and hare's ears even, you know, they are very multi-coloured. Okay, grand. That is enough tidying up. Excellent. Now we're going to just snip up the middle to make sure we still have our very specific sections. Okay, there we go. Lovely. And let's make sure we have our right sides. So our insides there and our outsides there. Okay. Okay, we want to form the ear shape now. And as I said before, on my template, we've got A, B, B. And what we're going to do is we're going to bring A to A and B to B. So we're going to take that corner to there and that corner to there so that we basically get that. Now, as you can see in the paper template, that sort of doesn't quite fit, but with the felt it will, because it's all very stretchy. And what we're trying to do is to develop that little cup shape. So let's look here, because they have this little cup shape. They don't have straight ears that go up, and you know, they bend them round to either listen or there was another documentary somewhere about rabbits and other things they do with ears, but that's a completely different video, Steph. Okay, so all we need to look at is the shape. Easily distracted. that shape. And so that's why we've done this template in this way, to try and replicate that. Now, we are going to do just that. And what I'm going to do on mine is go one way, and that way, that way. Doesn't matter which way it is, but I want to do mirrored ears. And as I said, I've got the lower bit there and the higher bit there. And so I want to bring that across and that across. And miraculously, because we've obviously added wool on the center, in the center, that does actually sort of fit like that. Can you see? A to A, B to B. And then we're just going to felt along that line and felt along that line. So we're felt along A to A and B to B. So get my, there it is, my light needle. If I need to, I can just add a little bit of wool. I've got a bit hanging about there, so I'm just going to, because sometimes when you're joining things, to actually add a little bit of wool into the mix, to do that is easier. We will be adding a bit of, and I don't know about yours, but as I'm doing it, I can notice there's that little hole in the middle, and that's fine because we're going to fill that in a minute. Okay, so that's good enough of a bond on mine. If I needed to, I would just take a very small piece of the light brown rabbit fibre and just felt it into it, and that it's like a staple because you're taking the fibre through the two pieces. Just makes it a bit stronger. Okay, so I've got that, and now I'm going to do the same to the other one, but I'm going to take it over the opposite direction. Okay, stretch it a little bit, and yes, I give it a little hole in the middle, and that's good because that will help me with my cup shape. Okay, A to A, B to B. I will just add a little bit in there. You see that? I'm just going to add that little bit in there, staple it together. Lovely. There we go. And then we've got our two little cups. Okay, so reading that next part, we've done the A to A and B to B. Take a small piece of the white wool, and place it in the centre of the cup and felt lightly in place to cover that gap and to make the join a bit flatter. Remember, felt is very pliable and you can stretch it into shape or felt any area to get the desired shape. Yes, so as we know, we're kind of getting that cuppy shape, and actually, to be honest, when I turn it over, because I have actually got that little gap, but if I turn it over and add some white in the middle there and just lightly felt that in place. So making sure I do it just in the middle and not out to the sides. I've added all my lovely fibre and my lovely colour. And here, sometimes if you put it on the edge of a mat, see, you can just and as I've got a bit of a white edge there, I might on the outside add a little bit more, but that's going quite well actually onto that edge. Pull that up. seems to have gone pretty well. Okay, and again, yeah, see, that's looking quite good now. And it's helped create that nice little cup. And now that it's stronger, if I need to, I can stretch it. Okay, so we've got that nice little cup shape. Look at that. Just when I sort of fold it over like that. Okay, so that's sort of not as together as I'd want it to be. So I'm just going to take that bit over there. Felt that in place. I might add a little bit of wool. I'm using the light needle still because I really don't want to heavily tack this to my mat or the piece of felt that I've got on top. There we go. Pull that off. And still, yeah, there we go. Got that nice little curve. Brilliant. So I'm going to do the same in the other, and obviously pay attention to the fact of that line. So let's put that white in the middle. Felt it in place. Turn it over. Lift my mat up into that corner. Push those fibres back. Do a little bit of tidying up, as it were. That's pushing that in. Yeah, it's not coming apart. That's good. So I felt again that way. And see all the fibres I've pushed through that. That's cool. Now I seem to have got a little bit of a white line on this one. The other one I seem to get rid of it, but this one is still there. And because it's on a curve, I am just going to put it over the corner of my mat there. Just felt along that. Just to get rid of that sharp white line that I've got. Not sure if you've got that, but this is where you just tidy up the bits that you want to. So once again, nice little curve in that ear, which we like. Okay. Okay, so we are going to form that ear shape now by actually joining the bottom, and it's the bottom centimetre that we're actually going to be folding over and joining. So we'll initially fold one over the other with a view to that bottom piece, just felt that little bottom bit together, and then we'll assess the shape and the size and see if we need to do any pulling and pushing, and then we'll make that a better felted piece at the bottom and just condense it a little bit, and then we get to add it. Okay, so I do one over one way and one over the other way. So this one I'm going to do right hand first and then the left over it, and I'm just going to tack that bottom centimetre in place. Okay, is that enough so that I can play with it? I will just do it a little bit more now that it's tacked in, because I know I'm going to do it a bit more anyway. Okay, and so this side I'm going to do it the opposite way. So she says, looking at it to check, so I'm coming left first and then right over. Okay, left and then right, and then I'm going to just felt that bottom centimetre again. I want to know it's in place. I quite like it initially that I can still have that hole in the middle so that I can manoeuvre it, just like that bit, the two bits joined, rather than it to be completely squished together, because that's the next stage. Okay, so I can look at them now. Let's say I can make that hole there. The point is quite good. I don't need to do anything much with that. It's more about deciding whether I need it longer, whether I need to make it out a bit more that way. Look at the shape of the, Peter Rabbit on your picture, but I'm pretty sure I did bigger ears on one than I did on the other, so these may well be, slightly smaller, and they are. They're slightly smaller than the very first, than these ones I did, and I think they're the same as on your picture. But if you think, oh, I really wish mine were a bit bigger than that, just take that and stretch it out. Just stretch out the pieces, make bits bigger where you want them to. Very, very stretchy. We're going to, once you're happy, felt this bottom bit together, because that's the bit that's going to join it. So just make sure you're happy with regards to having a right ear and a left ear. Now that I've stretched that, I better stretch the other one, haven't I, to make it the same. And even if you hold the bottom bit and you want to make it longer, you can put it that way too. So you can hold it bottom, pull it however you want to do it. If you think at this stage, oh, I've got a bit of a patch that I want to fill in, I'm not happy with the way the ears are covered, then do that now. I am fine with mine because, as I say, I know their ears and everything are all very patchy, and I'm happy to go with that. I've got my little ear shape. So I'm now going to just bring that point together at the bottom, and I'm going to use my stronger needle. I'll probably add some more fibre to it. Just bring that up. In fact, I'll probably use the lesser one because obviously the felt's nice and thick. So let me just add some, do it with the lighter. So I'm pinching that bottom bit together, add a bit of the rabbit light brown, wrap it around the back. I'm also going to check with that white line, because I did that white line on the other one. I didn't really do that on that one. I'm going to check if I am happy with that, or whether I want to add any more to it. So I'll just pinch that in. So bottom centimetre, just make sure that's really well felted together, because you do not want that bit popping out. Bottom bit, and if you need to add some more wool around it to make it more substantial, then do that, okay? Because that's where your ear is going to, I mean, we can add some water on the back when we're adding it to the ear, but you just want to make sure that is secure in its own right, as it were. Okay, let me squeeze that again together on that one, add that in, there we go. just making sure that's all the way round in that bottom centimetre, as it were. Okay. Yeah, it feels quite secure. So I don't mind this being nice and flimsy at that bit there. It just needs to be secure at the bottom. Okay, so now I'm going to look at it and decide which one's my right ear and which one's my left ear. Okay, so I think I'm going to go with my where the bend came lower and the bend came higher. I'm going to put that on my right, that on my left. That's how I'm going to do my ears, like that. Okay, so yeah, before I put it on, let's just do a quick assessment. Decide, do I need to put any more white in there? Do I need to put any more? Let's have a little bit on that bit of white streak, which was the edge of that one. So I should have done that at the same time, even though I left it, didn't I, when I did the other one. I should have probably done that one too. It just goes to show it doesn't matter if I left it till later. I'm just very, very lightly tapping that on. And that's all good. I'll go on the inside in a minute and make sure. That's all good. And that white that I put in to make that centre, I'm just using my needle very lightly comb it up so that it's not a solid chunk. Right, make sure I've got this the right way around again. Yeah, I'm going to be that way around, and I'm going to be that way around with my ears. They look like ice cream cones, don't they, really? Okay, so we are now on to pinning the ears onto the back of the head, and then when we're really happy, we're going to felt them in place. Now, let's read the instructions. So pin the ears on the back of the head so that you can see what they look like from the back and the front. The ears should extend about 5 centimetres above the head. Now that is an about. I think on this one, they did extend 5 centimetres, but I think these are the longer ones. Yeah, so that's 5 centimetres. So I would say maximum 5 centimetres because little Peter's head is like 5 centimetres high. So don't go any more than 5 centimetres. But I think on the example on the front of the box in your instructions, I think the ears are probably about 4.5 centimetres, something like that. So yeah, just make that as a maximum. Before I do this, I will just say to you, when you're pinning them on, you will see if you've got an issue, but you should have a nice, flattish top of the head here, and what I kind of think of as a nice space across here. Now in my case, there's a definite dip in there and out the back. Now you don't need that to add on the ears, but that's not a problem that it's there because the ears will fill that in, and we'll add some wool over them to actually build that up if we need to. But the important thing is you've actually got that space across there. If you haven't, if it's a bit, give him a bit of a squish down so that you can actually create that space, or fill it out at the back here. So if you've got that thinner, then if you've got that thinner there and you need to make it out, just add some at the back here so you've got enough room to pin your ears on, basically. Okay, so as soon as you go to pin your ears on, you would know. Right, let's make sure I've got these the right way around now, after deciding which way around I was going to have them. So I decided I was going to have them that way around. Okay, so that one over here, I should just pop it on, and then the first one, and then have a look. Okay, that's a bit bent forward. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't look too bad, and once I've got him felted down, that should be okay. Okay, so let's put one next to it with my pin. Obviously any type of pin will do, you do not have to have the same as me. Okay, squish you out a bit. I think he's a teeny bit higher, not that it matters, because you know, I'm quite sure one of the ears would in actual fact be higher than the others. Okay. Okay. I mean, okay. So you could, if you wanted, you know, have your ear lopsided and one up. You do not have to have them both up like that at all. But now's probably a good time to decide that, you know, and even if you wanted it slightly tilted that way and one upright, then now's a good time to actually go with that. In fact, I think I might do that this time, because I've got him straight but with a slightly turned head. The one on your pictures on the front of the box is with everything straight, but I think this one, I might give him a slightly out to the side ear. There you go. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So as I say, from here, that's pretty good. It's joined, it's pretty much at the top of the eye, isn't it? If you think where it starts to join, it's at the top of the eye, and then I've added wool to substantiate that. So that will be where that join goes, and then we'll add a bit more to bring it down. But yeah, from the side looks okay. From the front looks okay. Brilliant. Now we get some of our light brown. Just get lots of little bits of it, because as before, we like to add a little bit at a time. Okay, so with our pin still in, I'm going to add some over the top. Just put it around the pin so I can pull that out nice and easy. Okay, so I'm just putting that around that pin and in, because once again, I'm going to say it, it's a lot more efficient and effective to felt something in place by adding wool to it. If you've just got two things and you're felting them together and you've not added any wool, you know, they're already felted pieces, and you're pushing them together, there's an element of what are you actually pushing through when it's already felted quite solidly wool into already felted wool. So if you put some loose fibre over the top and are pushing that through to felt to the bit underneath, you've got it stapled down. Yeah, works much better. Okay, so let's just pop that around. I'm just doing that on the bottom sort of centimetre, you know, it was that bottom centimetre that we made thinner, and that was how we created the shape. So I'm using that again, and this is very much just getting it in position, and then we can pretty it up and fill in anything that we need to. Just tuck that around there because I've got a bit extra. Okay, and then do it over the other one as well, and then I should take the pins out and see what we're left with. So I should get over the top of that, put it in the middle so it's easy to get over the pin. So round the pin into the centimetre basically that we felted together, and we can have a look at the front, and if we need to add any, you know, in to fill in the front, etc., we can do that. At the moment, it's all about making it stick. Now, if if I lift that up. Okay. So I've just lifted that pin up and I'm going to felt some wool in where that pin was. Lovely. See, and by felting it in like this, we're kind of, I don't know, kind of making it almost, you see, it's almost disappearing. There we go. It's almost disappearing. So I will fill that out with some more wool and make it look better. But the important thing is it's not going anywhere. Okay, take that one out. We can still see that is where the pin was. Let's put it straight in there. Straight through where that pin was. Keep it in there. Lovely. So this is definitely, you know, felting strongly. We're felting up to the, getting that fibre through there. Okay, so you can see that joint. So as you can see here, we added it nice and thickly and then went over it to neaten it up. That's what we will do here. Okay, so he's going to have his little ear down like that. He's going to have his, so that's a little bit wobbly. So I will put some in there so that I can pull that in together. So let me bend that back a little bit. Just tuck some in there. Okay, push it forward and then felt down the sides into that bit. Once again, you can push it around with your fingers and thumbs. Okay, push a little bit in the side there. And make that go nicely forward. Just fill that out a little bit with a softly just flouncing up now that we've felted that a little bit to within an inch of its life. Make it a bit fluffier again by just adding a light layer on top. So that's nice and fluffy now. This we need to, okay, so let's come to the front. And so I can pull that about, I can make it bigger, I can stretch it out. How, let me see how tall that is. Out the top. Oh, it is 5. It's 5 out the top. Look at that. I thought it was actually going to be shorter, and it's not. It's actually 5 out the top. So there you go. And he's got this little pointed ear. Yeah. But say now that he's nice and you can open up that bit down there, push him around, make it all sorts of shapes and everything, or just keep it in. Do what you like because he's nice and in. You can even, if you're finding it difficult, is actually felt down inside the ear into place if you're struggling to keep. But looking at that, and he's pretty good. Okay, I probably need to neaten up that side a little bit, but because the next, once we've got these on, we will look at the whole head and decide if anything else is needed, like extra bits here, you know, tidying up his little nose, all that good stuff. We will do that in the next step. Okay, let's do the same over this side. So this side I've got him down there. So once again, I am going to just put a little bit in there so that when I felt through that, bring that round. It's the great thing, having sort of got him so he's not moving in terms of felted in that centimetre. You can now pull it around a bit, add bits in there, push that forward again, have another felt strongly through there. Bring that round the back. There we go. And then we will put some top coat on if we need to make it a bit fluffier. But the important part is those ears are going nowhere. And we've got a great shape. Got that great, I love that shape of those ears. I think I love animals' ears. I suppose in a very close second to the eyes. And just beautiful feature. There we go. So I'm going to have mine slightly, and that off to the side. Put that off. I'm going to have that little bit sticky out there. Oh, I see. I can play around with these for forever. How crazy. And put that off to the side if I fancy it. Open up that bit maybe. But play to your heart's content, because now that they're on and in place, whatever you want. Whatever you want. You can good old bend down if you want. There you go. Lovely. Right. There wasn't anything else, was there? No, all around the base of those ears, which we've done. I'm going to just blend that into the back of the head now. So, because all those fibres went round the ear, so if I take some from there and put it down the back of the head, it will kind of integrate it a bit more with the rest of the head. There we go. And then I'm going to look at that jawline that I mentioned. Okay, so this little jawline here, do I think that needs to be a little more? Let me get my little, just going to get, I just felt like I'm going to put a very little crescent on mine, just to give that. If I feel like I've gone a bit harsh with my brown, I can easily put a very, very light top coat of the white over it. I'll show you what I mean. Because sometimes you're thinking, right, I'm just going to fill this bit, add this bit up, and then you think, oh, now I've taken that colour too far. Now, I quite like that. Push that in place. Make sure that's up a little bit, because that neck's going to go on the body, isn't it? There we go, that little, I like that. Gives me a bigger triangle. See that? You see that, how that side now, I've got some chops in comparison to that side, where I've still got him, so he's more angular down that way. So I'm just going to give him a little bit more around there as well, which this is all personal preference, and you do whatever you want yours to look like. There we go. So I'm just gonna, and hopefully what I'm just showing you is all the different ways that you can make little changes if you want to. So I always tend to start by felting the edges where the piece is going to go, and then gradually do the filling in between. I'm using my light needle once again. You've probably realised I really do use this lighter needle a lot, and I only use the strong needles when I very first get going, when I just want it to go fast, because the rest of the time, certainly when I'm doing features, I go much slower and use the light needle because of it. can zoom along when I'm building up the, let's go to the back again, compare that. See that lovely shape? I've got that little out there. Now you might not want these big chops. It's just me. And if you want a much more rounded face, which is what I had to start with before I did this, then you leave him where he is. There you go. There you go. Right. Now, what's the, okay, so we've got the lovely back. I've finished my chops. Now, let's look. I do need to give him his little brown nose. And I need to decide if I'm going to give him a bit more built up of his little cheeks and how far I'm going to bring. So looking at my chap here, it is really just this bit, which has got the white. He's got a smaller mouth, that's not a problem. So he has come up a bit, so I might bring underneath, and underneath it is just where it joins onto the body, so I shall do that once I've joined onto the body. So to do this, light little bits, let's pour that, so I've just got flouncy bits. Okay, and I'm going to come from that direction, and you see how there's just bitty bits all over. And then I'm just lightly tapping that in rather than directing it anywhere. Bring that under the eye, make sure that eye is still nice and whitish. See that? Okay, so that has kind of brought it up to the, and I, do this a lot, stroke the wall backwards and forwards, because that's where you get the sort of, I suppose it's the featherish look, that's what I'm going for. Oh, sometimes the words just don't come, do they? Okay, I think this has got a bigger patch to do. So, let's start just doing it a bit. I think I might need to do a bit more of a fill in there. Take a bit more, put that on front. Okay. Make sure that under the eye there, because I added that extra bit to that cheek there, I don't need to add any more there, but just to make sure the under the eye. And once again, as I said to you, every one I do is different, and on this one I would say I've done definitely darker tones in terms of the fur, and it absolutely is up to you. You are the artist, you decide. Okay, there we go. So that's brought that up there, making that rounded. Now, I said earlier that if you feel that your bits are a bit dark, so for instance, I think the mouth's too big, I need to cut that a bit short, and they are a bit dark, but I think I'm going to fill in the little white, make the white bits a bit, the cheeks a bit poutier. But to start with, let me just make that a little bit smaller by putting a little bit of white on the end of that line. So rather than tone that down, that's just taking it out. Okay, same on the other side, obviously. Don't want him to have a wonky smile. Just into there, like that. Directly onto the line. It's basically filling up the little valley that I made when I put the black in. And now it's easy enough. Just adjust that out. There we go. Now he's got a small little smile. Okay, so let's do the little nose first. So to start with the nose, let's put the light grey on the top going up, and then we can graduate the darker in, because I don't want to put a big thing of the dark. I want to put the dark mixed with this lighter, rather than making it boomf, got a big dark nose. Just want it to be shaded a bit, but I just want that to be a bit, to start with. Right, okay, so let's take our bit of light brown, dark brown. Let's take a small bit. Okay, and then we decide what we're going to add in. Okay, yeah, I'm going to add in a bit more light. I think it's a bit too dark. Okay, I like that. Right, let's start with a thin piece, but I will just very slightly bend that into a, see that, to a little triangle, very vague, and do the down into what I call the nostril valley. Into the valley of the nostrils. Be a Stephen King movie, couldn't it? Okay. Once I've got that beginning part of the tip, I will then assess how far I'm going to go back. Now, in coming back, what I'm not going to do is just come back evenly, because little animal noses, and certainly on little rabbits and certainly on hares, is it kind of comes back in a, so it's almost like a little diamond shape. Yeah. So you have your point there, and then it kind of goes back into a vague point there. So I'm going to take it back. See, in this one I've definitely got a wider nose than I have. I've got a wider head. I have. See, now once again, see how I've made him have much bigger chops out the side. His just went to the back. So I could easily, if I changed my mind, if you did this and you want you to change your mind, you could just push that bit in, because then you'd still have the chops out there, and you could just push that in and then felt it in place, and you'd be good to go. Okay, so let me just work out where that sort of diamond would be, because I've still got those vague bits of the light brown that I was putting in. So let me push that vaguely to there. Okay, vaguely to there. That's much darker in that tip bit. And once again, if I've gone too dark, I will just get another piece, a very light piece of the light brown, and put it over the top. Okay, I'm just going to pull that up, find out the loose bits which are coming out. Lovely. Comb those up. Let's find the dark ones, bring them back. Yeah. So you can use your tip of your needle to vaguely comb things back into place. That little return that. Okay. Just felting that in. And this is all about personal preference. I usually find I end up lightening it, darkening it, lightening it, darkening it until I'm happy with the little nose. Right, what sort of shape? I don't mind that actually, it's not bad. I know it's not an absolute diamond, but it's pretty. Okay. Still having an eye on here because obviously I've been pulling those bits up. I just made that little bit white. Okay. So yes, just that little darker there. Now, am I happy with that? Do I want that to be squished down a bit? Is that little dark bit in there a little bit too much? Right, because I'm going to give him slightly more fluffier cheeks on top there, and I am going to push those in a bit because I wanted to add it out here, but I think I definitely pulled it out too much out there. And then so I can push that in, and then felt it. I should just keep it there. There we go. See, now I'm happier with that again now. See, and I always like to compare, see how that is definitely different to this one. Okay, he's definitely got a bigger nose. And see his eyes are slightly angled differently, and we know we're going to give him a bit of the tilt of the ear. But I will just make that nose a little bit dinkier, I think. Because I think that's the sort of thing. I'll have to say, even when we get to the end of the body, I shall still be coming back and tweaking noses and things like that, because that's just what I end up doing. Okay, now I'm going to put a very thin layer of the light brown over the top just to tone that down a bit. I don't think he's Rudolph, is he? So I don't want it to be too much. Too much. Okay. Okay. I'm just giving him that little vague diamond shape, even if I'm not going to shade it all the way up there. Just help make it not so bulbous, I think. A bulbous nose. Nobody will thank you for that. Oh, there you go. I quite like how doing that little diamond up there. It just brought that in there and made him have a little cute nose. Yep, I know it's wider than the other one, but I'm fine with that. And I'm just going to, because I've kind of pulled that away from down the side, and then I shall have the slightly fluffy cheeks, and then I will have to stop. Stop and move on. You can play as long as you like with the head. I mean, I do think heads, faces are important. It is why I do spend so much time. It's why I come back and until the very last thing I do is usually playing around with eyes and finishing off details like that. So, and also you can see I've got that as more surrounded with fur and white in the middle, and I have that side, and I will no doubt need to adjust that. But I won't do that with you here because you will be bored by now. So I need to just put the little bit of fluffier cheeks. Doesn't need a lot. I just want to make them a little bit fluffier, and it will also tone down, hopefully, those lines. Okay. Something's got noisy outside. Okay, right, I'm back. I just had to turn something down in the other room. Bit loud, in case you could hear it. Okay, if it wasn't distracting you, it was certainly distracting me. Okay. So I'm really just adding a little bit of, it's not substantial in the sense that really it's very soft. And I just wanted to give him fluffier cheeks. It could be, you know, if you put it on like this, all fluffy, and you just add a bit of fluff. If you decide, God, I don't like that, you literally just felt it in, and it'll never to be seen again. Okay. Here we go. Oh, it sounds like we've been joined by Milo the cat. Can you see him coming in the door? There you go. Come in the door behind me. Hello, Milo. Okay. Milo obviously thinks it's tea time. There we go. Right, let's just give him a little bit puff. Look in there. Because I still want it to be, you know, a gradual join. Don't want that to have suddenly gone into a big boop line of white. There we go. So I will be making that a thinner white line down there so it looks more like that side. But you can see that's the side I'm going to be going for. I added that back of that jaw. It ended up being a little bit too big. So just by pushing it in and then felting it a little bit with the needle, that's all that we needed to do, just to pull that in. Okay, I will be having my slightly, I felted him on slightly at an angle to give that help, but I mean, if I change my mind once again, it really wouldn't be that difficult to push it back up again. But I've kind of decided I want mine like that, one up, one to the side. But there he is. He has quite a cute little button nose, and I'm happy with that. And these are going to be how I actually join him to the body. So I often have one of those really tiny little milk bottle tops that I put him on and have him sit there and watch me. But I shall put him up there. I shall go and feed the cat, and then I shall come back and we shall start the body. Okay, so here we are back, and we're going to start making the body. So we're going to be using the 2/3 that we put away when we split it off at the start. Now, I took my 2/3 off. I didn't actually put them into 2/3. I just took 2/3 off. So I'm just going to split that. So I've got my 2 1/3 pieces. So let's read it. You are creating a cone shape. Oh, right. Let's talk about what we're making. Yes. So here we have our pizza. So we're making this cone shape inside here. Okay. You're creating the cone shape, which narrows towards the neck. It's roughly about 10 centimeters in height. That means, you know, it can be up to 11. From the side, where you won't be able to see it here, so what I will show you is a bit of a Blue Peter moment. I'm having trouble saying the word Peter, how bizarre. So it's basically this shape. I should say nothing more than that. And then when you look at it from the side, he's flat at the back, and we've got a little allowance for his little belly there. So we're going to use the larger 2/3 of white wool that we put aside. We're going to take that first piece, divide it lengthwise so that we have 2 thinner pieces, and we're going to make the cone shape by initially wrapping the fibre around a pencil. And this will minimise the amount of work with the needle at this early shape building stage. Correct. And okay, number 21. I'm just looking at that. Okay, so that's just the split. Right. So now this does wholly depend on the fibre that you've got and how thick it is or not, because every time we obviously get wool and unwind it, it can be different thicknesses. And so you can see here the thickness that mine is that I've got. Okay, now this one is a bit more together, but if I pull it out, it's still. So let me put one of those pieces aside. Now it could be that yours are really thick. I do still have a little bit left over from the head, to be honest. Put that back there. Okay, put that over there. You know, and if yours is really thick, you might need to split it more than once even. But okay, right, just the sound went. Right, let me say that a little bit again. Right, so I don't know how thick a piece that you've got. That's why it's much easier for me to say you divide something into thirds and we use 1/3, because I know percentage wise you've got the same amount of wool as me. But when we come to this stage where I'm going to be wrapping round a pencil, I would rather not have something this thick and wrap round. I would much rather start with half of that. But as I say, if you've got thicker than this, you might need to put it again. But I'll just take it, pull it up to the top, and then spread it a little. It doesn't have to be, you know, completely even or anything, but it's just better to have it thinner, more manageable, easier to, you know, change your mind, etc. So let's just talk about why we're doing it this way and why I'm not getting a lot of wool and just rolling it out. Firstly, by using a pencil and wrapping the wool around it, and by saying, you know, we don't want it more than 10 centimetres, well, like I say, give and take. It's not an accurate. So that 10 centimetres is from there to about there. But I would freely go up and down, but I know roughly it's between those points, so I can wrap between those points and I've got it in control. It's quite easy for me to say because the shape is going to be more pointed at this end than it is at this end, and it's much easier to say wrap more around that end and up. When you're rolling, you know, some people are better at rolling than others. I can't necessarily roll that well. Who knows why? But it ends up a bit spongy in the middle. Now, the good thing about having the pencil is I can wrap it as tightly as I want, but it's still, as I take it off the pencil, is going to spread into that centre bit, which just gives it a bit of flexibility that I like. Okay, we do a little bit of felting just to keep it in place as we go, but it pretty much holds together, you will see. So when I'm building up, and it's much quicker, I'm taking a bit of wool and just felting like mad in it, trying to get it to be as thick as possible. So that's why we're doing it this way. Brilliant. So you need to grab a pencil. So grab a pencil and the first thinner piece, okay, and hold onto one end of the fibre at the end of the pencil, and then we'll wrap the wool around the pencil to about 10 centimetres. Make sure you hold on to that end that you're wrapping close to the pencil so that you do not break the fibre. Okay, so if you've never wrapped, I know we did the little one around the needle, but here we're using a lot more. So what I'm saying there is, when you're wrapping, it's just, I'll undo it in a minute. When you're wrapping, once you've wrapped a bit, you think, oh, I need to pull that, okay? So hold it close to the pencil when you're pulling it. Don't pull it out here, because it will just come apart. And for the same reason why you have to hold it far away when you want to split wool. So, you know, you can, you can wrap it round your pencil as much as you like. And if you think, oh, that's all a bit, I need it tighter, you can then pull it, but make sure you pull it really close here and then get it tight, okay, like that. Hold on to it there and you'll be fine. Grand. Next point. Okay, once you reach the 10 centimeters mark, come back down the pencil. And if you've got fibre left over once you've gone up and down, wrap it back up the pencil. Use a needle to tack the end in place by lightly felting, taking care not to hit the pencil. And then we take the second piece and repeat the wrapping to almost the top again, but not quite, because obviously we want it to be thinner at one end. I'll take you through all this. And up again, and still have some wool left over, felt all over. Lovely. Right, let's look at the pictures. 22. Okay. 22. There we go. Lovely. Right, so 22A and 22B, yeah, so let's go. These are our two thin pieces. Let's get going. Now what I will do, it is definitely quite long, isn't it? Okay, no, we'll go with this. Now you can do this two ways, which is you can wrap it round. Of course, the other thing you could do is actually wrap the pencil around it, like that. Okay, so you could do wrapping in that way, or you could do wrapping as in wrapping it round. Completely up to you. Okay. Oh, whoops, I just hit my little Peter. You stand aside. Okay, so let's start. So I'm going to first of all wrap from here down to here. And make sure you hang on to this end, okay? I'll do a bit of this so you can see how that goes when you twirl the pencil round. Okay, keeping it. I'm going to try and keep this as flat as possible, which is why actually sometimes I break this off deliberately. Okay, now I'm going to go back down. And this is me wrapping the pencil again rather than wrapping round it. Okay, definitely have a very long piece here. If you don't have a piece this long, don't worry about it. Okay, now let me do some actual wrapping. So wrap, wrap. Now what will happen is you will have one end which is naturally thinner than the other. Okay, and back up. Yeah, it's going nice and tightly. Back up, back up. Now I have definitely gone way beyond my 10 centimeters here because I didn't keep an eye on it, but don't worry. Okay, there we go. Now that's ended. Let me get my light little needle. I suppose I should really get my mat. There we go. Just to hold that in place. Now, if yours, now I'm going to do is I'm going to push it down because I know that my 10 centimeters is about where that goes. So I'm literally just pushing it in together. Okay. And I'm just having a little, I'm using the light needle just to make sure that end is in. Okay. I love wrapping around things like this. Makes, you know, you're so in control of it, aren't you? If you find yours is loose and you want to undo it and do it back up again, do. Or just do a bit of felting, and then with the next piece, try and go much tighter and take it in a bit more, because it'll be good if this central bit is fairly tightish. I mean, look, I can still squidge it, don't get me wrong. It's not hard as a rock, but what you don't want it is flopsy like the cheeks on Mr. Peter Rabbit that I did earlier. Okay, there we go. So looking at the picture, 22 bit, yeah, that's fairly thickish, but I haven't done the second piece yet. Okay, so we are going to start on this second thin piece, and I'm going to pull that in half and do it in 2 halves. Okay, so this one I am going to make, let me read what it says instead of winging it. Once you reach center and wrap back down, you're going to 5 minutes. Once you're back down, back up to the top, use a needle. Take the second thin piece and repeat the wrapping to almost the top and back down again. Yeah, okay. So basically we want to make more at the bottom than we did at the top, okay, for obvious reasons. So mine's quite even, isn't it, really? And I'm going to start, also, I was going to say, left-handed, right-handed. I always hold in my right hand and wrap with my left hand. And I don't know whether that means I'm left-handed or right-handed doing it. But some people prefer to hold in their left hand and wrap with their right hand. Whichever feels right, yeah. But whatever you do, wrap underneath. Okay, so I am going to assume this end is going to be my short end, and I'm going to start down here again, but this time instead of holding it, I'm going to tack it in. I don't have to worry about it springing out. Tack it on. Do you know, I'm going to have to put my air conditioning on again. I turned it off because it was quite warm. It's weather at the moment, it's really weird. Okay, so English, talking about the weather. Let's start again. Now, I don't want it to turn, so let me hold that. So I'm going to take it to about there, and then I'm taking it back down without taking it right up to the top. Okay, and tack that in place. And then I'll take the other half and start there again. Once again, let's tack that on, shall we? We'll have a nice little tack down in a minute. Okay, and I'm going to take it up to there again, and then take it down and just wrap. Bit of veg matter there, I'll take that out in a sec. There we go. Okay. There we go. So this time I'm using the light needle and not the strong needle, because the wrapping will have done a good job. Itchy nose. Can't possibly be hay fever. Just tidy those ends up, push them back into the, that's now going to be my bottom piece. I have decided, and this is going to be my top. Even when it comes off, you'll still be able to squish it down to size if you need to. There we go. And mind, I'm going round rather than through because I do not want to hit the pencil. There we go. Most definitely is starting to take on that shape. Great. Okay, I'm going to turn my air conditioning on. Okay, so we are now going to take the second section and we're going to divide this lengthwise as well as we did the first one. Okay. Da, da, da. There we go. I think I might have a lot more on one than I do on the other actually. Okay. See how that goes. Righty, and I will just chop that in half myself so it's easier to use. Okay, so this time we'll divide it, repeat the wrapping action to just 2/3 of the way down. So yes, we're going to be doing more of this part. Tuck the end in place and felt all the way around. Check the length again, our comb length. See if we stretched it. If so, push it down as we have before. Brilliant. We'll do that now. Was that just with the first half? Well, we will do it with this bit to start with and see where it gets us in size. Yeah, because the next section 24 tells us to check the size. So let's do this to start with. Right, let's put this here around the bottom, tack in place. Boom, boom, boom. Lovely. And then I'm going to wrap to just 2/3 of the way up. Nope, I have definitely got a hangy bit there, haven't I? So if you've got loose bits like me doing this, don't worry about it, because we will just felt that in. Okay. Let's just felt that all the way around. Now, so I still have that little bit left of this section, but it does say in the next section that it should be 10 centimeters and about 5 to 6 centimeters in width. Okay, so I can check that in a minute. I'm just going round because I was a bit spindly with my piece, and if you were, this is all you do just to make sure that that's all in place. As I say, this is the part of the process where I say you can go as fast as you like and slow yourself down when we get to the detail. Okay. Okay, I don't want to felt it too much because I'd rather we did that if we have to later. Okay, so I'm pretty sure 10 centimeters, yes. How wide are you? Wow, I am about 5 centimeters wide, so that's good. Okay, so did I need to use both those pieces? Let me just check. Okay, so yes, we do need to use this last bit because we've got the last thin section over there that we will be dividing into 4 in a minute. So let me have a look at mine. Overall, the sizes are okay, but it's just a little bit not very even. So I'm just going to do an up, down all over. A little bit of vegetable matter. Okay. There we go. Keep that thin there. Pull that round there. Okay. Nice. Feel quite pleased about that. Okay, just pull that out a bit. See, this is where I can get a bit of now. Now I'm remembering that a part of this, a side of this is going to be the back, which is going to be flat. And we won't really assess that till we take it off, because it's much easier to manipulate. Okay. Okay. And if he's a little bit soft, even easier to manipulate. But having the hole in the center makes it much easier to maneuver it as well, because it's not just one big solid rock. Okay. There we go. Just doing a general light. And once again, using the lighter needle and not the really strong needle. And if we were doing all this from scratch, trying to roll wool up, I would be more inclined to use that strong needle. But I don't want to destroy the shape that we built up. Okay, yep, feel that feels okay. Good, check measurements again, make sure we haven't gone bananas. So yeah, about 10, yeah, about 6, good. Right, read the instructions. Pull it off the pencil. Okay, number 24, pull it off the pencil and check the length again. So the act of pulling it off didn't, oh yes, I did extend it a bit. Okay, so this is where I'm going to probably use my stronger needle. There you go, 10, push it down. So this is where, taking off the needle, measure it and push him down so that he's 10 centimeters. And this is where I use my strong needle down the center and at the bottom. And I'm making sure this bottom is as flat as possible as I'm doing it. And obviously it's harder in the middle because we did a tighter wrap there, which is the good thing. And then we built it up. Okay, let's have another look. Yeah, grand. Yeah, still 6. Right. So we've pulled off pencil, we've checked the sizes, gap in the centre. Yep, look at the piece and see if there's one side which is flatter for the back. And if not, we push the neck to the back. Now what we mean by that is, right, let's have a look. Well, I kind of think that if I look at it that way around, I have kind of got an out the front and a back. So I think to make it more so, when I say push the neck to the back, I mean like that, because it's soft enough for you to do it so that you've got a flattish back and a definite front. Okay, and I will just lightly felt that in again. There we go. Round again. It will get felted an awful lot. Before we are finished, after adding jackets and things, but let's just look again. Yeah, so I've still definitely got my back and definitely got my front. So just push it to the back if you need to, and just see if you've got that shape, and then that's your back, and then you look to the side and you've definitely got your rotund, because that's where we will add the hip shape. Okay, right. Looking at the pictures helps, doesn't it? If I check with the pictures. That was 24. See, I just keep skipping along, don't I? Right. 25. Divide the last thin piece into 4. There we go. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Like I say, I still have some left over from the head, and I also have the piece I put aside, the hand size piece. Right, so divide the last piece into 4, take one of the quarters and wrap it around 2 of your fingers loosely. Yes, yes. And take this pillow of fibre and lay it along the front of your piece. Tack at the neck and the bottom and lightly felt along the body. You want to create a bit of a bulk for the chest and the stomach. Okay, so because we've got our back, so this is for our front, where we have got, you know, we've got a bit of a bulk, but on our little chap here, yeah, we need to make sure he substantially has. Okay, so from chest down. Look at the pictures. Yeah, bulk, yeah, down. Right. So it's emphasising this versus the neck, isn't it? So what do we mean by that? Wrap around 2 fingers. So 2 fingers. Let's take this. Let's just wrap round as a cushion. Okay. And then you kind of squish it like that. Make sure you've got the top and the bottom. Okay. Tack. That's a strong one. I don't need the strong one. Tack at the bottom. Tack at the top. And then just arrange it so you've got it evenly paced for your chest. And then go down the sides. Go down the sides. And then down the middle. Now you've got it sort of encased in that space, just lightly. Vegetable matter again. Da-da. Love this stage, the crunch. I love all the stages really. I've probably said that, haven't I, throughout the thing. I love this stage, I love this stage. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Screen keeps going. Put it back on again. Let's have a quick look. Okay, just looking at that picture. Yeah, just gives you that nice little front. Which we would like. Now we don't need him to be portly or anything, but you know, he is a young male rabbit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think we've got that shape. Fabulous. Okay, so number 26. Take another quarter, divide it into 2. Let's go that way. Divide it into 2. Roll one of the pieces into a little pillow, lay over the side of your piece. This will create the hip leg. Tack the bottom and the top, which is about 4.5 centimeters up the side, so halfway up. Push the center of the cushion down with your thumb and felt around the edges to create the shape of the hip. Yep, and then gradually felt around the edge and into the center. Lovely. And double check with our pictures. So yeah, we make another little cushion. We love a cushion. We love a little cushion. Right, so we've got another little poof. So this time, this is the side. So this is the front, this is my back, and this is the side. And as we could see here on this one, so we've got the hips, which come out the side, okay? And it's about halfway up. It says 4.5, so it's just slightly under, but it's about halfway up. Okay, so let's put that there. Tack that one down there. Tack that in up there. And then just sort of make that shape as it says. And it's obviously wider at the bottom than it is at the top. Light needle. In case I needed to say. Turn it around, just do that side. Then I should have a look, see whether I think I've got that about right. Yeah, I think that's about right for the hip. Coming out like that. That's about that. Okay. So I'm just holding, pushing it in. So rather than keeping it up and having to, you know, felt all the way through till it goes in, I like to push it down, felt lightly. It will spring a bit back up because obviously we're not using the strong needle to go mad. Okay, so there we go. We have that out the side, and then we'll do the other one out the other side. This is going to have colour on top of it. Again, the light brown. So we're not too worried about. Oh, is that too soft? Oh, have I got enough on there? Because we'll have plenty of opportunity to add more when we come to put the brown. It's just really good to get the shapes and everything right, so that we can then do everything else to it. It's almost like looking at it as a whole and then knowing everything's in the right place and then getting on, rather than risking going too far down a route which ends up being wrong. I think this piece had less wool in it, so I'm not squishing it. I'm just using my needle to push it into place, basically. Felt it, but yeah, there we go. So from the back, yeah, okay, lovely. I think I'm going to have to turn my light on because it got a bit dark. Okay, so that is 26, 27 photo, yeah. So with the third little piece, divide into two and wrap one piece around the neck like a scarf to make it thicker at the top. Okay, and then still check the length is 10 centimeters and push down and felt the fibre in place to thicken the neck area. Use the second piece to fill out the stomach and chest. Okay, right. So, I mean, mine's not too bad at the top there. I'm gonna put that in half. I've got a fairly thickish neck up there, but I will still go around there just to make sure. See, that's why I say every time you do it, it's different. So obviously, sometimes when you take it off the needle, you can end up quite thin at this top bit. Whereas this time, I was obviously quite conscious about making sure there was enough up there. But every time you do it, it will be different. You know, if you've done it before, you'll think, I'm going to do that bit differently there. And you do, and then you don't need so much on that bit. Okay. Now, the other bit, so to felt down here. Okay. What I'm going to do is just felt across the sort of chest. Into the edge. That. Because it was looking a bit, you know, a bit stuck on. So I will just use that bit to tidy that up. It's no good. I am going to turn the lights on because I can't see much. Okay, no, turning the lights on made too many shadows. So I'm just going to finish this section for tonight and then come back tomorrow. Not that you will know that, you will just see me suddenly come back. Actually, you can see how dark it is in the room behind me, can't you? Okay, so as I say, I've done that bit around the neck, filled out a bit more. So really just making sure that it is still 10 centimeters, which it is, and using the rest of that, and the final can be used to fill out any areas you think need attention before adding the head. You still have some white wool left over from the head, which I do, yes, and you will be adding the light brown wool at a later stage. Lovely. So, yeah, where we added the bits for the hips. Like I say, I think I just need to, for me, that was really not a lot on there, so I'm just going to add a bit more there for mine. But just have a look, see that, bear in mind, as I say, the kind of shape is like this, where you've got, it just comes down, and then we've got our nice hip here. I think my one here may be a little bit chunkier, so I therefore have the ability to felt him a little bit smaller, which means he'll be a little bit stronger. But I'm just going to add this, and then I will check the measurements, and if the measurements are okay, he's staying the way he is. So it was 10 centimeters tall, wasn't it? And how wide was this? I'm pretty sure he's okay. So once you've got the legs on, he's about 7 centimeters wide. So providing he's that, I'm going to be happy. Just adding a little bit more, because that side I definitely had a thinner piece. Okay, I definitely had a thinner piece there. And I'm just going to put that over it all, because it just makes it feel more all in one. Even though, as I say, we're going to be adding the brown wool and all the toning and everything, which will be fine. Okay. Good. Just turn that in. There we go. Doesn't need to be beautifully neat really at this stage, but as the belly is going to be the belly, and he's going to stay white, at a point in the future I will pretty this up a bit. But at the moment it's more about getting the shapes and the size, so that we then add the head. I mean, this is a good point, needs to stand up. Yeah, now I definitely now have a back, have a front, have side bits. Now I actually think he might be a little bit, yeah, I've just done my normal, which is I squeeze, and if I get that sort of puckering, I think I'm just going to felt that bit in. There we go. And just do the same on the other side. Just felt that in, because bearing in mind the neck needs to be strong, because it's going to hold the head. Now we've got the head with the large pieces of wool coming out of it to be able to attach it, and it's not a problem to get a strong fit. You do need a strong neck, so if you've got a floppy neck, then work on that and make it stronger. You can do that by felting down the center and by adding round here and just felting it in, or not adding too much. If you're squishing and it's coming up a little bit like that, then you've actually got loose fibres that you can just felt in rather than adding them even. Okay. There we go. So now I've still got this piece left. So I'm just going to have a look around. Decide whether I need to put a little bit down the back at all. Make that good. Just to integrate that a little bit. I mean, if I think I don't need to add any, I'm not going to use it just for the sake of it, because what might happen is once I add the head or start to add something else, I think, ooh, you know, I need an extra bit here. I do have that, that first piece we put aside, which was the hand size piece, which was for the tail and bits and bobs. But we also have bits left over from the head. But the bit left over from the head, I should probably assist in getting the head in place. Okay, so measure. Well, he's actually 11 centimetres, so I'm going to have to push him down. Felt on top. Felt on the bottom. Okay, what is he now? 10. Lovely. How wide is he? Yeah, he's I think it might actually be 7.5. Nope. Yeah, it's about 7.5. So actually, that's okay. That means we've got plenty of room for me to neaten up that side and that side without worrying about it being too loose. Lovely. And then we will be ready, I think, to add the head. So I will be back at my desk tomorrow morning because it's now dark, and if I turn the light on, as I say, it puts too many shadows over here. So, okay. And I think Milo wants a cuddle on the sofa, so that's the cat. Lovely. So it will seem like no time at all, and I shall be back. So there you go, as if quick as a flash, I'm back again, and it's the next day. A bit chilly today, got a nice little cardi on. So we are at the point where we were ready to add our head. We were just checking over to make sure, so now that I can actually see and the light's better, just going to have another little look over. And yeah, I've got my, triangle, I've got my area for my limbs, as it were, the hips and the feet, and as we know, we're going to be adding colour to those anyway, so we can make any extra bits that we need to make them any wider. Okay, but the first thing we're going to do is add the head to the body so we can start treating it as a complete piece and adding. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notification to myself that the camera might be running out of battery. I don't think so. Got it plugged in. Anyway, okay. If we go blank, we'll know why. Right. Yes, so we're just going to get ready to add the head. So let's read the actual instructions and check the pictures. So we're going to add the head. There we go. Add the head to the body. So we're going to turn the head upside down, split the tail evenly. Mine's fairly well split anyway. And this will be where we fix the neck to the body. Bump. So we're going to place the head and spread the tails around the neck and felt in place. And this is where we need to decide whether we're going to have our little Peter looking straight ahead, whether we're going to have him looking slightly to the side, whether you want him on a jaunty little angle. Now's the time. So as I say, when I did this one, I put him with his head slightly on the side like that, as opposed to straight ahead. So when we're popping, and I'm just going to hold it there down. This is great because you can actually, and we can even pin it in place if you want to, and have a look. So he can be straight ahead. He can be slightly off to the side. That is slightly, isn't it? Put him a bit more off to the side. He can be off to the side. It's a lot off to the side, Steph. Helps if you get him straight. Okay, like that. So off to the side. We could decide to give him a jaunty little angle by putting him slightly down there a bit. You could have him with his little head back or his little head forward. You decide what sort of look you want to give yours, or we could just be straight ahead and go for it. Now, I'm thinking I might put his little head on the side, especially as I've sort of got his little ear down that way. So would I put him that way? Would I put him that way? I think I might have him very slightly off to the side that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a pin in there. Hopefully that will be enough so I can just see whether I like that or not. It's the equivalent of tacking in place. Okay, so he would be just a little bit going, really? Okay, so what we do now is we're going to felt around that. We need to spread these around the neck a bit, actually. I think that's what it says. So we felt at the top of the neck all the way around, and once we're then happy with the placement, that's when we felt it all the way down. So let's spread these little tails. Okay, but yeah, those pins do a very good job, so that we can, like a little cape, look like little Flopsy and Mopsy with a little cape, won't we? Although the cape's not the right colour, obviously. There we go, like a little snowman. Right, so yeah, I quite like that, just as a little off to the side. So let's pull him into position so he's nice and tightly on there, and then we're just going to felt around the top so our tails should be kind of evenly all the way around. Just felt that bend. I'm using the light needle and not going in too far, more than if I'm just adding a colour, but just the equivalent of tacking him in so that we can have a good look and decide that we definitely like it. Okay, there he is. Where's his? Now then, I may have got him, I've got him slightly, because that's his front, so I've twirled him round a bit, haven't I? So he's not only got his head to the side, so I think that's a bit much, so I'm going to twizzle him round. Okay, so I'm going to lift that up, the bit that I've just tacked. I'm just going to twizzle it round so that he's facing forward. I still want him down that side. There we go. Twizzle him back round. Now then, let's pin that in again. So make sure I've got his little belly to the front. Get it right this time, Steph. I just want him so his head is on a jaunty side. So he's a little bit forward. Tack that there. But you see, that's why I tack, because you can, and just at the top, just so that we can have a look once again. Yeah, there he is, forward. Forward, forward, forward. Make sure he's forward like that. I'm tipping him now with my, to make, because I don't want him to go too far back. Okay, so let's tack that round the back just so that it's in place. And then we can make sure, take that pin out. See, that's why we just keep playing until we're happy. Don't know if you can hear that pinging going on in the background. Obviously, got one of my groups, people chatting away. Okay, there we go, lovely. And then I keep that on that side. Now these are very long tails, and I might actually pull a bit off and use that at the top rather than, because I think that's just a little bit too much. Take a bit off there. Okay. There we go. Yep. Happy with that little jaunty angle. So let's felt a little bit further down. A little sort of cape, as it were. There we go. Nice. And a little bit here. Bring that round the back so it's not all around the side. Don't need to add too much. Around the side, really. Other than to keep you messy still. Oh no, nice and much tighter now. Okay. Bring that round the front, I think. To the chest. There we go. Keeps it nicely in place, and we will be wrapping. Always put a little scarf, as I call it, around the neck to make sure it's nice and secure, because you do not want to lose your Peter Rabbit head, that's for sure. Okay. Not worried about it looking too neat, I just want it to be strong and in place. Okay, there we go. Fairly strong. It's not really wobbling actually, but I know just by putting my little fingers in the front and back that I need to just felt a bit more in there with a bit more wool. So I'll firstly take the bit that I pulled off the ends, and I'm just going to put that round the neck. Okay. Wrap that round there. That was a nice thin bit. And go into the neck. So essentially what we've done, we've pulled down and then we're wrapping round. So it's like, pull that down in place nice and strong, and then let's sort of put a staple around it, which means it's going nowhere. With my nice light needle. If you're having trouble keeping the head so that it's nice and solid, then use the strong needle to make sure it's properly felted in place. Because you can, if you felt with a strong needle and you think, oh, I've made a dent now, you can always fill that dent with the fibres. Bearing in mind we're going to have his little jacket turned up at his neck anyway, but we will be able to cover that up. And we're going to add some light brown fibres over the top of this anyway. Okay. Nicely. So give him, nope, not wobbling at all. Not wobbling at all. If you're really worried and thinking, you know, it doesn't feel by adding the bits, you can easily put your needle through the head, just nice and slowly, there you go, all the way down into the neck, okay? And without, so you've got in there, the top of the needle, you can put it all the way down, so you now know that we're taking the other needle, I'll show you, you now know that that part is in the join. And without lifting the needle right out, you can just felt that in place. If that makes you, and do it with the stronger needle if you wish, but that will then be joining in the middle of the head, yeah, into the neck. And you can even slightly change the angle, but once again, without bringing it all the way out, do that. And you can do that with the stronger needle. I did that with the weaker needle, but you can do it with the stronger needle, and that will even give you a felting in the center, okay? And if you then look really, really slightly, I can see a hole, just cover that up. Okay, now that feels pretty good. I feel like there's a little bit of a gap in the back because I was pushing the head forward a bit, and I want to make sure that doesn't, during the making process, come back again. So I'm just going to pop that in there and fill in that space, and then we will cover that with the brown wool when we get to that stage, which I think might be the next step. Just making sure that's nice, and so I haven't got a hole in there. There we go. So that's how my little chap is. Head off, down to the side, very slightly. Okay, so okay, so yes, we're on to the next section now. Add colour to the body. So we are going to take some of our light brown fibre, and if your fibre has come fairly solid, just stretch it out a bit, because we don't need to add it as one big solid colour. And so we are going to first of all add colour to the hips, legs area, and then when we're doing the back, then we go halfway up the back, and picture 30, 31, 32, because we don't need to go a lot up the top because obviously we're adding the jacket. Okay, and then around the front, it's like a little bib, because obviously we leave his little belly nice and white, and my little belly looks quite scruffy, so I will add a little bit more of the white when I come to tidy it up later, because I've got some white left over, and I've also got that hand length that we put aside at the very start. Okay, so to start with, I'm going to add to the hips, legs area. So I'm just going to take a piece off, cut it in half, and start with that amount. Take my blue light needle, and off we go. Okay, I'm just going to turn that group off, because obviously think they're going to be chatting away for a while. There we go. Got that turned off so you don't keep hearing the pinging. Okay, right. So I am going to just start by initially putting that around the edge of where that comes to, and then filling in a bit in the middle. Pull that up and just put a bit more in there. As I say, this is nice and light because we're adding colour to an area we've already defined. So, and because that's going to be the sort of top colour, top coat, I'm not worried about whether it's adding to shape or anything, because we've already got the shape. It's more that it's got the right colour that we're after. But at this stage, I'm just adding it on, and we will assess how it looks once we've got a bit more together. And I've kind of slightly missed that line, so I will add that in a minute. Take this round to the other side. Once again, draw that line around. Keep it nice and flouncy. It's a nice word, isn't it? Flouncy. It's one of those words which kind of, the word itself and the sound of the word describes what you're saying, I think. Okay, so it's got that front line in a bit more than I did the other side. And we'll look at that in a minute so that we can make it even on both sides. Just pop that round, pop that in there. There we go, just lightly tapping the wool into position. Keep going around the edge, make sure it doesn't go too far. Because I didn't want to, you know, the shape I've already put here, I don't want to flatten it, which is why I'm not using the stronger needle, because that would take this fibre into the centre and probably flatten what I've built up for these hips and legs. Okay. And as I keep saying, it's always best to add not enough to start with so you can come back. So that's great. I've missed that line there on mine. I didn't quite get that in. So let me add that there so that it looks even with the other side. About there. Yeah, to that height. Just where I defined the front of the leg, I managed to miss it when I put it on. So that's just added that nicely. There we go. Lovely. Kind of got a little bit whiter in the middle there, so I'm just going to add the little splodge there to hopefully just darken that up a bit. Didn't want that. Not sure why that was even. Right, okay, so I think I've coloured those sides nicely. And no doubt I will be playing around with those and making them look neater in a bit. Right, second part I believe was the back. Use another piece of light brown wool and place it to the bottom half of the back. Turn him over. Okay, and I'm going to go from the back up. his jacket's going to cover it, but it's going to be sort of loosish down here. So I'm going to take it up to about that far. So let's get our nice, once again, not too much to start with. Put that down the bottom. Okay. Put that there. Take him up the back. Which is nice. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to, as those bits are floating up the back, I'm just going to tap those in place because I don't need to do a hard stop because the jacket will provide that. Okay, let's have a look. Let's look at the picture. So I'm going to put just a little bit more down the bottom. I might just tip it over underneath to make sure I don't have a sort of little white line coming up from underneath, because obviously we will put the tail on here. It'll be quite nice that that shows up against the darker colour on the back. There we go. Okay, so that's as far up as I've got that colour there. Super. And take another small piece of the light brown fibre and divide the top to place around the neck as like a little bib, and the fibre should lay around the neck and down the chest. Felt in place. Yes, you'll always have a chance to revisit any areas once the jacket's on. So this is just to give us around the neck and down the bib, and we can see on the photo there it's kind of down there, but I want to take it round the back as well. So I'm going to kind of split that, take that round so that it's a bib in the traditional sense, and just lightly tack that in place. And then I know I've got that back of the neck covered, because when the jacket and the neck goes on there, that will be quite sort of difficult to fill in that bit navy. Okay, so around the front here we want it down either side, so it's going to go lower than that, but let's just cover it a bit down to there, cover that a bit down to there, underneath the neck under the chin. This once again is sort of helping with that join again, adding more fibre to that neck area. It's amazing how much you felt an area even when you sort of moved on, so to speak, because even when you come back and you're adding layers or adding bits, that part ends up felted quite a few times, which is good. There we go, up into the neck there, lovely. Ooh, got a little bit there, got away with itself, into there, lovely. Super duper. So I think I need to bring it down a little bit more, don't I? Because when we look at our chap, he's got about that much, which is sort of almost half a finger down. So I need to bring him down to about there. So let's bring it down to about there. And it fell off to the side. Down to about there. Okay. A little look again. You know, it is entirely up to you as to how you shade your Peter Rabbit, and if you decide you want to do it slightly differently, go for it. Absolutely. Making very much yours. Okay. I'm just going to do a little bit down here because his jacket opens up a bit, and I just want to make sure, even if I sort of fill it in a bit more later, make sure I've got the start of that. Okay. And as this particular light brown rabbit fur is fabulous because it really is lots of different shades, which takes an awful lot of the playing around with mixing colours away. See, I still think that's too much. I still think it should be down there. So I'm just going to put a little bit there. And I just love it. I think it's the fabulous shadings in this particular colour. Just beautiful. There we go. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, so, yep. I can say I can easily bring that down more once I've got the jacket in. If I decide that I want him to be a bit more covered, I can do. But I know I'm just about to put the jacket over here, and it's going to be coming down the sides. So I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Okay, so make the jacket. We've got our lovely blue, I think it's called Dream, but it's gorgeous blue for the jacket. And once again, so my fibre is quite tightly, so I'm just stretching that out a little bit because it's, I always say it sounds odd, but you fluff it up so that you can felt it down, but once it's actually fluffed up, it's flexible for you to slowly put in the place that you need to. If you've got a solid mass like this and you put it down your piece, that's all you've got. You've got the solid mass, and it's much more difficult to maneuver it about. So yeah, fluff it up to felt it down. There we go. So that's fluffed up enough. I've got a little piece here that I broke off earlier, so just fluff that up. Right, so the first stage, we're going to start by adding some of the blue to the back and around the sides. So to our sort of back area, around the side, so kind of where I've left that gap really. And looking at the picture, yes, so from there round, so sort of above where our little hips come to, around the back, but not too far forward, because the jacket's obviously going to be open there, so we don't want to take it too far. Okay, so once again, we're going to take thin fibres to start with, to lay it down, define where we want it, and then decide to fill it. And I'm not taking it right up to the neck either, because we've got a little jacket and its collar, so I'm going to take it to sort of like 0.5 centimetre down from that crease in the neck. Let's put that on the side there, and just take that and get a bit of vegetable matter out. There we go. Nice. Okay, there we go. So I'm not going to take it down below the hips. I'm not going to take it up higher than about 1/2 centimetre away from the neck. And let's just felt the top line and the bottom line. And I've got my blue needle, which is my light needle. There we go. I can take that just a little bit there. And there. To there. See where it's going to go to the front bit. So I'm just going to bring it to there. Put in that little space. Okay. And the same over to here. Just put in that little space there. Can add some more in a minute. There we go. And now just lightly felt that down. So this is just in support of the jacket, because we're going to create the jacket fronts, and then we're going to bring the front round, obviously, to attach at the back. And we may not get it so that it completely pulls back round the back. So we'll have this nice area in the middle to not worry about. And we can add a bit more fibre if we need to. There we go. Just keep lightly tapping that down. I'm going to add a bit more because that was a nice light layer. But I think I've nicely defined where I want that now. I don't know if you can see, well, yes, so you can see, I can very much see where I've been felting here. So I'm just making it a little bit neater. And then I shall add, actually I've got that flouncy bit there, haven't I? And a little bit of veggie. Okay. Nice. Let's pop that on. Makes it a little bit more substantial. I'm not so worried about the front bit because, as I say, you'll have the jacket front and collar bending back a bit. There's a bit more the back bit because we'll be bringing the front bits round to join at the back, as I say. And this is the bit that I want to make sure that it's easy then to felt it in place and add a little bit if we need to, because we haven't quite made the join. It's more the edges that I need to make sure are absolutely joined. So if you see what I mean, we'll add it, bring it round, and then make sure this bit joins. But this is what we're felting at the moment, this back bit. And we'll bring this bit round, and we'll maybe need to add a little bit there if we don't get it quite long enough, because we add the arms after we've had the jackets fronts. And obviously the arms form a part of the jacket, but it's just a nice easy way, pop those little arms on afterwards, which is the advantage of when you're making a piece without an armature, because obviously with an armature, the Peter Rabbit with the radishes is an armatured piece, so those arms are going to be there, so we have to make the jacket and fit the jacket around the arms, which is a little step up basically in the skill level going to the armature. But the face that we've done on this one is quite similar when we do the armatured Peter Rabbit with radishes. So if you want to, after you've done this, think you're up for doing a slightly more, well, skillful is probably the wrong, different skills. I would say, you know, going up a level in the level of difficulty of skills. Okay, there we go. Actually, yeah, let me make sure that I am starting to do a piece that can stand up. It's a good point, yes. So I just rub it on the work surface, making sure I'm keeping that. We're going to be putting feet on here, and we're going to put a little towel at the back, and that will help stabilize him anyway. Okay, so that is the first part. Now we're going to make the jacket front and add it to the body. Lovely. So let's put our little sample there. Let's put a little Peter there. Right, we're going to lay some fibres onto our mat. Draw the front jacket as per number 34. Okay, yeah, so draw the little jacket into the curve for the lapel and the rounded edge for the bottom. Lightly felt with a medium needle into the line of the jacket, and the height of the jacket needs to be 7 centimeters, allowing for the curved jacket. Okay, so I've got my ruler out for that. Lightly felt within the drawn lines, yes, obviously. Okay, so let's first of all start by just laying out some fibres. So this is going to be, a substantial piece, i.e. it's going to be a piece of felt that we're going to use as the jacket front that we're going to peel off and put on. So this time, even though we still want a piece of our spread out, it's not going to be any bigger than my mat here. Let me put that little piece in that direction. So I've got pieces going in that direction. Let's lay some pieces going in this direction, because I'm going to draw the curve this way first, and so this bit will be going towards the back. Okay, so let's make sure 7 centimeters. Do you know, I so wish I could find my, what I think of my beautiful ruler, my little wooden one. In fact, let's put a little pin in there so I can know where 7 centimeters is. There's 7 centimeters there and there. Okay. So I can see that's going to be the bottom, that's going to be the top, and the shape is going to be out, round, down. Okay, so let's just start by drawing that. So a little line along, and that is going to be, not really, it's going to be along, and then we're going to go round, aren't we? Okay, so that's along and up. This is just, sketching at the moment. There you go. So I've done it with my light needle. That's not, obviously not round enough, because that's going to be the lapel. Okay, so I'm just going to lift up that corner again and go into my lapel. I like, in this sense, to do one first, be happy with it, and then do the second one the same, because I can actually, once I've created this piece, decided it fits nicely, without actually putting it on, I can then turn it over the other way and literally draw around it on the next one. Okay, so, and I'm just going to, because I've got this outside there, I'm just going to take that out there. And just because I've got a bit more out there, I'm going to take that out there. Okay, even though this piece is a bit bigger than one we've done in the instructions, but that's fine because I can pull that off if I've got too much. So, is that still 7 centimeters? Well, it should be, because it's between the pins, isn't it? Yes. Silly Billy. Yeah. So there we go. So I've got my nice straight, bit of a rounded corner up, got my straight there, and then got a bigger corner for the lapel. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to lightly felt within this area. felt within there. So I'm not going too mad. And once again, when I say lightly felt, I really am just doing the top tip. And I should really be doing this at an angle because I do not want this to really felt into the mat. And if you're using your mat, in fact, this, you know, fits quite nicely within that space, but you don't want to get it too much into the mat. If you can hear it crunching lots into the mat, you know you're doing it too hard. So yeah, let me do this at an angle rather than straight down, and then it won't be too much into the mat. Okay, I should worry about this bit, and I've decided I need it to be, you know, that big or not. Okay, right, okay, let me go back to my instructions. Slightly felt within, done that. Okay, so strengthen the edge of the jacket. Roll a piece of blue wool in the palms of your hand and place this on that drawn edge. Lightly felt around that line and then fold the edge, fold the wool to create the smooth edge. So put the strength in there, fold it back in, felt in place. The extra, because this all coming into the centre is going to be too much in the centre, so we will need to pull some off. The extra fibre in the centre of the jacket can be pulled off quite easily, and then gently peel off the mat, turn it over and neaten up by felting on the other side, and you can then do the light press in the palms of your hand. I'm lightly rubbing and then repeat on the other side. Brilliant. So we need to do that jacket line. Okay, so let's get, how big we're going to do this, about that long. Okay, pull that, pull off a thin piece. Okay, right, now this is often easier if you've got a little bit of water, which I have just got there, conveniently so, to rub that in your hands. Once again, if you've got some hand moisturiser, put it on your hands, not on this. Put it on your hands so that it's still glowing, and that will help you to felt it into. But let me put that onto my hand. Let me put that water onto my hand, and then that helps create the edge. Now I'm going to do it a bit harsher because I don't need it to be really, really thick, and if this is too thick I will have to pull it and make it thinner. I might have it a bit too thick there. There we go. And again. There we go. Right, so I'm assuming you know why we're doing this. So if ever you've made something where you've put your line around here and folded it back over, that will be nice and neat, but actually the edge you often need to do quite a bit of work on, because obviously the edge is the flimsy bit. So by putting this in, we strengthen that edge, and as you can see on the jacket here, it ends up being really quite the strongest, and you can actually be thinner in the rest of it as long as you've got strong edges. Still think that's a bit thick, so I'm just doing a teasing out. Now when I say thick, I don't just mean I haven't done enough rubbing. I mean when you feel it, it's thicker than the rest of it. Okay, So let's have, it's obviously too long now, which is fine. Let's get on the inside of my little pins, angle those in. Right, let's start. Start in our corner, and then this comes straight out. So let's just literally, the whole of that, I'm going to press and felt it down the actual line. I'm not making that line bigger. Let's see. So I've got my line down here. So on this side, I'm doing it on the line, and also on this side, I'm going in and doing it on that line. I'm not coming in further with it. I'm doing it all on the line. Okay. So let's draw that up there and do that down the line. Okay. And then the same there, go in on the line. I quite often use my nails as a kind of a guide here, because if I bring my needle too far, I'm just going to go slide it down the nail basically, rather than into my finger, which I find much preferable. There you go. Right, now we've got our angled line down here, so let's make sure we keep that on the outside. You still see that, yeah? So once again, felting down that line, and then on the inside also felting down that exact line. And not trying to make that a figure, because it's that edge that we want to make thick. If we made the whole jacket really, really thick, it would then sort of look wrong, and then we'll be adding pockets and adding arms and things, and you'll be fighting to get that fabric feel to it, which is why, once again, I do the, less is more, and then if we need to add more, we will do. Okay. So I am probably felting a little bit too forcefully into the mat here, but only down this line. So it's not going to be too difficult to pull off the mat, but I will not do that until we've pulled this in and made it a bit more substantial. Because the biggest problem about pulling it off is that we will distort the shape of the piece that we've just spent ages creating. And that is why sometimes having this on top helps as well. Because if I really struggle to pull that off because I've gone too mad, I can actually pull that off. I'll show you when I get there. Okay, I think that's okay. Now, I'm going to twirl this so that it's a bit thinner, and just tack that down there, because I haven't gone too mad with this bit out here yet, because there might be too much there. I suppose I could lay my little Peter on it just to see, but I won't do just at the moment. There we go, just twirl that and then just lie that down lightly. There we go. My nail again, look, just to keep that good. Right, as that's the edge of the jacket. Boom, boom, boom. Fold over the edge to create the smooth edge, felt in place, and then we can put off the extra fibre. Yeah. So we're folding this into, let's take that pin off now as well. Right, so initially we're folding this in. Okay, and with our nice strong edge here, I'm just going to felt along there. See how nice and clean that looks? So it's just lightly felt down that edge so that it doesn't spring back. You know, this bit can spring up and we can play around with it as much as we like, but that's our edge. Okay, same with this bit. Okay, let's pull that up. That's definitely going to be too much, isn't it? Because this is going to be a rounded corner. But let's pull up the sides to start with. Well, it's not the side, is it? It's the bottom. It's the bottom. And just felt along there. And then that little edge, which is the rounded corner. And once we've taken it off the mat, we could be stretching this and all sorts. But this line here will now be nice and secure. We will do a little tap into it as well. Okay, let's just bring that bit up as well. Because even though I haven't felted into the middle or done anything much with that, I can very easily pull that off because that's not hugely felted. Okay, there we go. And then let's go to the top. So let's start with that top bit. Where did we get down to there? Okay, yeah. Pull it along the line. Felt that back. A little bit into the actual edge itself. Okay. Just pull in that so that it's even. There we go. Okay. So that's nice and curved. As I say, this doesn't have to be a really specific angle or anything like that, because once we've got it off the mat and we're placing it on Peter, we can stretch it whatever way we want, providing we've got curves and we've got the basic size and shape. We'll be good. Right, okay, so we have quite a lot here. So I am just gonna hold my front edge and my bottom edge actually, and just, I'm not pulling too much, and just pulling the loose fibres which are clearly not connected to anything that I've added. They're just coming off, so I don't have to even think about that. So look in here, see if there's anything else which wants to come out, and hopefully that will have sorted itself out and left, yeah, with me with a much easier thing to felt down. Let's make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. Yeah, felt in place, pulled off, and then once we've done that, we can turn it over, and that's when we can do a little bit of neatening up and also felt it in our hands. So let's see if this still feels good. I'm just going to do a little light tap in the centre between the lines, a bit like felting by numbers, isn't it? Getting it between the lines. Okay, and once again trying not to felt deeply into the mat. I'm doing it at an angle. I'm trying to do it as much as I can into the blue fibre which is underneath. Okay. And if by any chance we've gone too far, I will lift up my piece of felt, my cream felt, which will help. But to start with, we'll see if we can do it. Okay. So you can tell people you made a jacket out of felt, out of wool, out of felt that you made yourself, from scratch, from basic wool fibres. You made a jacket. I don't need to know how small it was. Okay, and now I am just going down that, strengthening up that edge. And you may still get a few, fibres off here that you will want to tidy up. I'm still not going too far beyond where I sort of had my pins, as I say, because that will end up being around here, which hopefully we've got enough on. I'm more worried about that bottom bit, which is why I've sort of got that there and that collar to get it round there than I am this. Okay, so if that's his right side, that's kind of his jacket, that comes right around there, so that's bags. It's probably fine to there, and I've probably overdone it. Okay, going to lift him up now. Okay, so I have got, it's quite tight on there, so I'm just lifting him up around the edge. Okay, so this will lift up. You see how I'm just, because it's quite secure with that, and it's not really, even though that was quite, if I lift this up now, you'll probably see it was definitely pumped in there a bit. Okay, but I could have just lifted that up and that would have then been easier to pull off, but I just wanted to show that we have strengthened that up enough. Try not to stab yourself in the finger, Steph. Right. Okay, so we've done that side and we're going to turn it over. I picked up a little husk and we will neaten it up on this side. And this is definitely trying to be as light as possible, because now that we've made our piece, we really can go lightly, but it just helps to put those fibres that I've sent through this side and put them back in. And once we've done this, I will rub it in my hands. Which is kind of like ironing, but not too much. If your edges end up being too thick, because the piece of wool that you've put in and you think, oh gosh, I've gone too far, we can do the little iron with your hands, or with an actual iron, or with the hair straighteners, which is what I tend to use at my desk rather than having an iron here. Just have my little hair straighteners and just pushing the little fibres back in there. Okay, just neaten it up. Now, having been a bit cold this morning, I'm definitely getting warmer now. Might have to take my little cardigan off, which is a shame because I like it. But I feel my cheeks getting warm now. Just lightly tapping into that, helping to neaten up, put it over. Okay, so in my hand, and I'll check the sizing in a minute. Oh, no, I am warm. I'm going to have to take that off. Whew. Gosh, it's quite a loose jumper, but amazing. Okay, so let's just, on those edges, giving them a nice rub my little hand press. It gets quite warm when you rub like that. I'm not going so mad as to, put it out of shape. Right, so let's measure that down again. Oh yeah, definitely. Still got my 7. Okay, so I'm just going to neaten up that little edge a bit, and then we're going to make the second one exactly the same. But now that we've got our shape, that's going to be a lot easier, and I'm going to do it that way. Okay, right, let's get our fibres. Just love this blue. Get our fibres, lay them up that way. And as I say, I never do it exactly the same, so I shall either have less or more fibres than I did the first time round. So that's just the way it is. And some across that way. One little piece, and across that way, another little husk, bit of grass. There we go. Okay, let's put that on and see if that, yeah, it seems to do the trick. Okay, let's tack around that. My light needle. Okay, that's good enough to see what on earth I was doing. There we go. Do that a bit more forcefully now. Okay. I'll just check again in a minute that I haven't gone off-piste. It's that way around. Oh, there we go. Not too much. Okay. Okay, lovely. Let's scratch mine. Right, so let's lightly felt within that little section again. Keep those pulled out. And then we will add our strengthening strip, as it were. Yeah. Okay, that's enough. Let's get a piece again. Probably made it too long last time, but hey. Right, let's get some water again into my hand. Or, as I say, put some hand lotion on and do it into the hand lotion. If you particularly like the smell of your hand lotion, that's quite nice. Okay. If you don't like rubbing into your hands, you can always just, rub onto the mats, as it were, if you've got... I'm not very good at rolling like that, which is why I tend not to roll up my pieces. I tend to wrap it round things to make shapes. There we go. So how thick is that? No, I think that's not too bad. Put that round. Consider the last one I know is very long, and I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So this edge, as before, outside and inside all into that same line. Pull that up here. And up to here. I should go back round the other way in a minute. Just a quick look, see how well I'm doing. Make sure I haven't made that too big. Make sure you don't make that go up too much more of an angle, because that would be wrong. Okay, and now let's put that all into that line too, because this is all about the edge. And that line, not about making a thick jacket, because it's one of the things, I think I mentioned it earlier, that like if you have something that you really have made too thick, you can make it appear a lot thinner just by ironing the edges. So for instance, if you've done an ear of an animal and it's really, really thick, but actually, you know, the thickness was quite good to give placement and to keep it where it needs to be, you can then just iron the edges with either an iron or hair straighteners, which obviously you can take quite close to the piece, and just do it on the edges, and it will appear like the ears are thinner. Just keeping that into that edge. My nails, once again, my nails are the heroes, which is why I don't have very nice nails. Why I can't have false nails either, because otherwise I won't be able to feel it. I always used to imagine that, you know, if I was demoing something, I would make sure my nails were perfect. It just doesn't work out that way. You just have to, these are definitely crafters' fingernails. I'll never make a hand model, will I? It was Jerry in a Friends episode, wasn't it? That was suddenly he had a hand twin. Okay. Do I think that's close enough? Okay. So I think it's probably a slightly sharper angle there. Not that it matters that much, because I can stretch it out when we get it off the mat and I'm placing it. Because until we're actually fitting this onto Peter, we won't really know how we want it. So let's pour this in. Now I think I've this time done a lot less in terms of how much extras I've got. I judged that a little bit better, and so I won't be pulling, if anything off. So let's once again pull that in and felt that edge. So it doesn't get away with us. So it's just that corner. So let's do the flat bit again. And again. and there. Trying not to felt too much into the. See if I've done a better job this time than I did last time. Okay, let's do the flat bit again first. Out into the edge, and then this is that longer curve rather than the shorter one down the bottom. Okay, just neaten that up a little bit. And that edge, making that nice and strong down that edge. Okay. Let's pull that into the centre. Once again, if any bits naturally come off, just take them. Not too much as I expected because there wasn't quite so much. So let's just fill that in. Okay, quite quickly, doesn't it? Tell it's well, you wouldn't know, but here at the moment it's a Monday morning. You can tell it's Monday morning. All the ping, ping, ping emails, everything kicks off again. That. I think that's probably enough, you know. Right, let's see if I can actually lift this one up. You can usually tell quite quickly. Oh, yeah. Always go around the edges. That one's, there's always one side I do more. Go around the edge of this bit. Okay, and then just that way. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, just a piece of veg. Come on, lift that up. We definitely don't want the vegetable matter in there. Okay, let's fold that back in and neaten up that bit for sure. Okay. Okay. This side's fluffier than it was the last time, so if we just fold those bits in, otherwise I'll just go this way down. You can always go over these edges if you've got too much sort of extra fluff on it, because we know that they're nice strong edges now. You know, if you wanted to go around with a pair of scissors, or even one of those little machines which take the bubbles off of jumpers. I used to use one of those once upon a time. But I normally find that once I've done a bit of a hand iron, and I may well tidy up the edges with the needle, I don't need that much more. But sometimes when you look at your piece and you just think it just needs a little bit of help, then you have to get your scissors out and just snip off those little flyaway bits that you don't want. And you just feel a whole lot better. Okay. Let's turn it back over. Come in there. Doing a little bit more on this one. I feel like I didn't felt it quite so much. I have no idea why I feel that. It's probably not the truth at all. Okay. So now I know we did that one as if it was that way and that one as if it was that way. But if you think it looks better on the other side, then use it on the other side. Okay, that's that way around. Yep. Either that way around or that way around, and I prefer it that way around. So that's the way I'm going to do it. Okay. Oh, I didn't do the iron, did I? On the other one, the little hand iron. Now I definitely have little flyaways, and so I will sometimes just go like this down the edge. And obviously I should use the card, which I mentioned before, to protect your fingers. Sometimes I'm just a little bit lazy to do that, and I just do a bit of my fingers become my stuntmen. There we go. And then I will probably just snip those edges to neaten them up. Okay. So this is why you need to get the edge matter out, really, before you start felting stuff. I'm talking to myself here and not you guys. But yeah, I managed to felt that in place. Okay, so I think we're ready for our fitting. Okay, we are gonna now add our jacket to the body. Let's look at the, I've got my top back on by the way. Let's read what it says. Number 36. Place the right hand side jacket onto the body, lightly tack in place, stretch and move to create the shape of the jacket. Yes, so there's going to be, well, not necessarily a lot, but basically, you know, we might end up making it taller and might end up stretching it round depending on how we want it to look. So, you know, look at pictures of Peter Rabbit, look at the picture on the front of the kit on the instructions. My Peter Rabbit here, very much, you know, not going to fit type thing. I purposely, you know, don't do it so that it's going to fit, so that it looks, it's just apart slightly, got the little turned up collar, it's just sitting on the top of the hip there, and that's how I've done it. But, you know, you might look at your pictures of the Beatrix Potter illustrations and decide to have it differently. Okay, so I'm just going to show you how I want to do it in terms of turned up collar and things, but you know, please do whatever you want to do for yours. Then place the left side and adjust to match the right side, join at the back, at the hem and the collar, and yep, if it doesn't quite stretch, pull, add extra fibres to do it. Okay, let's have a little look. Let's start with the right side. So that's the top of the hip there. So I want mine to just fit about there. And then it's going to have a turned over collar. Now this is where, when you look at your piece, you might think, oh, I could do with a bit thinner, and you might want to get the iron on or the hair straighteners and just make it a bit thinner or a bit neater, but only you will know what you want by that. I mean, on my one here, I've got quite a nice thick collar, okay? So it doesn't have to be, it's completely and utterly your personal choice. So I'm just thinking, how far round do I want that to be? I'm looking at the picture on the instructions. I think he's definitely there with his curled up collar. It's definitely just above there. Bring it round. Yeah, I quite like that. I'm going to tack that in place there. Okay, so I'm going to tack that to the top. I'm going to tack that there rather than down there because I like it to be a bit flappy. And then I can have a look at that. Bring it round. So you have to think that we're going to be adding arms. So it seems like a bit thin at the top, but that's because we haven't added the arms. Once you add the arms with the shoulders, you'll be amazed at how much more width we get. So this is just a case. In fact, I just want to stretch that a little bit, just literally by pulling it up and stretching it, just because I want to get a nice little curl over there. Okay, that goes nicely around the back there. That goes around the back there. Okay, might have a little bit around there to do that. This is definitely playing with dolls time. There you go, just tack that in place. So we're going to have a little buttons, give them a little turn up. That would be about there. Put that there a minute. So just tack that in. See, I quite like that, where I've got a nice lapel. I mean, you can get all fancy and do little shaped in lapel. You know, like some lapels, they get that little V shape in it. You could do all sorts like that if you wanted to. But I don't think his jacket is particularly long, so that's why I just wanted it to fit just above there. There you go, just tack that in there. Okay, so I quite like that. Look at the picture. Yeah. Give him a nice little turn up. So let's see. Let's put it on the other side. I don't want him to be too far. Pull, push, pull. Okay, let's put the other one on and see if we can get a consensus of height. Just put it in there. Turn it over a bit. And I've got my little head to the side there. Now, I quite like stretching the lapel a bit. Makes it easier to curl. Turn it over a bit. Give it a bit of a curl. Give it a bit of help to turn over like that. Okay. Now. Yeah. Quite like that. Quite like that. Let me put that in there. Might have to make it a bit higher the other side. That arm's going to go about there. Go a bit higher that side. But I don't want it in the front too much. I know what I'll do. Okay. I'm going to put that there and there. Have a look, see if I like the fact that it's curling over more. Yes, I like that. But I think that's just a little bit too much. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to do about that. Because he's sort of slightly over, to me, that might be up higher a little bit. Okay, just move that there. There we go. So, for me, this little bit just sticks out a bit too much. So I'm just going to felt it in, trying not to stab myself, which I did just then. Managed to move my finger out of the way pretty quickly. There we go. There we go. Now, I quite like that. I quite like that. So I'm going to bring that down round the back. Round the back. And join those up. Okay. Now, it does have a little bit of a bottom normally, but we haven't really put in here, so I won't do it really tight. But I'll join it. Join those two bits together. Lightly felting them together without felting it into its bottom. And I'm using my nail again here to get the bit felted together. Keeping it there. Because I feel like I need to give him a little bit of a bottom there. Okay. So let's get the next bit to me is to get that collar round. Okay, so that's just, I'm going to probably put a pin in because I don't want that to move. And it's less likely to move if I've got a pin in it. I know I'm tacking like mad because that's where the arm's going to go, so I'm not that worried. But I just need it so that it will do that thing. Okay, so that's definitely too much. So let's do a little bit of pulling off there. It's definitely still too much, isn't it? So let's pull a bit off this side, this end of the collar. Just I hold it here and then pull. Right. Let me have a see. If I have to, I'll snip it because only the top part's going to show. So we could snip it. Because that's quite an overlap, isn't it? I've got that round there, which is going to be turned down collar. And that's going to go over the top. Okay. Quite a big overlap. But let's go with that. Okay. Let's just lightly join those bits together. So I've got that bit from the inside, which actually very conveniently can pull out over. Nice and light, because I'm just trying to join these bits together as opposed to sticking it in the back of the neck. Right, now what I'm going to do is this bit from the front, I'm just putting it over the back so that you don't see the join. And this is where I get and put my finger in. My nail, once again, my stunt nail. There we go. Risking. Would you risk your nail? Okay, now that's definitely chunkier than I want it to be, but I can give it a good sort of little press if I need to. But I am very likely, now here I know if I don't take it on beyond, and if I do it down flat, it'll make it flatter. I could have just chopped it off, to be honest, but I was just trying to not do that and show how you could join the pieces even if you have too much like I did. I might not be successful in that, of course. And you might just be thinking, why do you not just chop it off, Steph? Would have been much easier. Why take the easy option? Okay. This is the finicky. Well, this is finicky as you want it to be, isn't it? Because I could have just snipped that off and gone for it. I just decided that I wanted to join the pieces together. Now that that is kind of joined, I'm gonna just join these bits. I've joined that bottom bit, but I'm just going to get these fibres in the middle done, because the back bit will be pretty much tight, but it's the bottom bit which always sort of flails around a bit. I like to leave it flapping. So let's just make sure it's joined and we're happy with where it is before we start being finicky with it and adding pockets and all stuff like that. Right, let's do the, once again, risking my fingers. You should really put the card here before doing this. I am starting to think it would have been a lot easier if I just chopped it off with some scissors and done it across. So I would suggest that would probably be the quickest route. Chop off the one that you're going to put underneath and use the one over to make it look pretty. Now I don't mind a chunky collar if I'm going to bend it down. Right. So this is the sort of thing that I would probably get my, because it is a bit chunky and I really should have just chopped it off, but I didn't. But I'm going with it now. What I might do is just get my hair straighteners. Let me turn them on. Turn my hair straighteners on. Ding. I think possibly the cheapest hair straighteners I could possibly get. Okay, so while I'm waiting for those to heat up, just going to go down here, joining this together. Boom, boom, boom. See, I think, to be fair, I quite like playing around and thinking, oh, I'll get it to do that. Oh, I'll get it to do the other. Right, okay. That's quite neat. See, another way of doing this to make it look neater. It's just to put a bit underneath and a bit over the top. And then that kind of just joins it, doesn't it? I couldn't do that on the top one because it's so thick as it is. I really should have taken some of it off. But hey. You hopefully get to learn from my mistakes, which is hilarious really, because, you know, I designed it, I've made it several times, and yet I still go, oh, that's not the best way of doing it. Why did I do it like that? Instead of just doing it the way that I know it'll work. Just the way it is. Okay. Just doing nice little tidying up my little iron and be ready in a minute. Faffing about with that bottom bit. And you really don't need to. This is me just being a little bit painful. You do as much faffing or as little faffing as you feel like. And, you know, when you look at yours, it might be, I've just noticed really that that's kind of thinner there where I've been joining it. So I may well want to add a bit more wool in there, just to thicken it up a little bit there. And you might find that on your jacket that you've got little patches, and you just need to add little bits like that. Just lightly felt it in just to make it a little bit thicker. If you think, you know, it's a bit see-through in places. But only if you think so. It's all down to how you want it to look, and whether you're happy with the look that you've got. So kind of, that's lifted a bit, hasn't it? Which I'm not surprised really, the way I've been pulling it about. Right, just felting that top bit a bit more in place, because that's not meant to be going anywhere. And like that. And as we know, that's going to be bending a little bit, that's going to be bending a little bit. And we can do that. The thing about the bending is if you just felt a little bit on that inside where you want it to crease, it will get that definite little bend. Same with that side. If you do that little line felt on there, it will just bend a bit. You see? Yeah. So I'll just do that. I felt up a little bit into there. So it gives the impression of bending down. But let me get my, okay, I'm not going to put this down on the tabletop because it gets a bit hot. As I say, not an expensive one. Now, on my one, I've definitely got a groove in the top. So I am just doing the edge here. Just want to make that a little bit thinner, that's all. There we go, around the edge. Let's pop that down there. Have a little look. There you go. Suddenly, I'm a lot happier with that. There you go. a little bit fly away in there. Oh, you see, just a little play around in there. Okay, so as I say, once we put the arms on, this will be held very much in place, and we know where our buttons are going to go, and it'll be a whole different. So the main part is to get the bottom where you want it. I personally just like to leave a nice little gap there. I do think at the moment my little Peter has got no bottom at all, and I think I'd quite like to give him just a little bit of a bottom there and put his tail on there. So I'll do that when we've done already this bit. Okay, so there we go. Let's just put that in the back of his neck a bit better. It's a bit thinner. There we go. It's kind of like a curved collar almost, just to get that little look of the collar. Pop that into the back because that keeps it nice and secure, actually, the fact that it's on the back. Okay, and we can play around with the collars and everything. Okay, so for me, that's where I want it to be, because once I've put those arms on and got those pockets on, he's going to be brill. Okay, and that there is fine because he's got his head on the side. I kind of feel like it should be slightly angled. And once again, I'm going to check he can still stand up. Yes, he can. Now, he does look a little bit like a rolling pin because he looks bottom heavy, but wait till we get his arms done and he'll be just fine. So, next part is to create the pockets. Create pockets. Place a small amount of blue wool on the mat, and it's going to be about 1.5 centimeters square. Lightly felt the shape, felt within the square. Fold the fibre over the edges into the centre and felt removed from the mat. If needed, rub it in your hands. Okay, right. So let's do first. We'll check the size. 1.5. So we've got to make it. That's a bit big at the moment, but I always seem to make them too big and then end up folding it down, which isn't too much of an issue. Oh, that's not bad. Okay, so let's fold that over so we've got a nice neat edge. Fold that over, possibly too much around the edge there. Fold that back. So we've got a nice neat edge. And over that way. How big is that? Yeah. Fold him back. Now, this pocket is quite thick now because I've used an awful lot of wool to go backwards and forwards, and I would most definitely use the iron or hair straighteners to make this thinner. Okay, so let's put that one aside and we will do that in a minute. The other way to do it is to do a nice, make sure you don't go too mad on that first laying down, fold over. Oops, Peter's having a nap. Fold over. Fold over that way. So use a lot less there. Now let's see that one, which is a bit of a monster. Let me just chop those edges off, and then we'll use the hair straighteners, which should prove that it doesn't matter, that even if you make something monstrous like that, you can still use it. Let's hope that it proves me right, shall we? Okay, just doing a little bit more neatly enough with this one. Okay, fold those bits over again, the edges. The thing is that when you're adding this to the jacket, you'll be able to neaten those edges up, because 3 sides will be felted down and only the top one will be open. Okay, so let's have a look at this. It's still on, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's pop that in there. Oops. See, let's make that much thinner. Now making an emphasis on the edge. Okay. So even though that was quite monstrous, as in far too thick, you can recover that. Okay. And still feltable. Okay, that one is thinner. See, the smaller things are always, in my mind, much more difficult. When you've got bigger, you can really do emphasis on the, oh, fold this over, fold this over. But once you've folded something like this over, it's suddenly got a lot of thickness to it. Once again, you should use the card. Don't do as I do, do as I say. Protect your fingers. Just putting in the edges here. Okay, now this one is just a little bit bigger. I should really make 2 exactly the same so that they match. So I just wanted to show that you could make it work either way, but really I need to decide which way I'm going to go. Let's have a look at the size, because that one's a bit smaller than that one, isn't it? That's the longest side. How long is that? Yeah, probably a bit big. So the other one is probably the closest to what we want in size to go on the jacket. Let's have a look. Yeah, so it just goes in the little corner here. see what my little chap here has. But I think I put bigger pockets on my one there than I did on the original sample. But that one goes there. See, that's a bigger pocket. Yeah, would look all right. But I'm going to do another thinner one because I think that one's probably the size I'm going to go for. And why don't I just use that as the mini little template? But the great thing about this is it's incredibly small and you can play around with it. Decide you don't like it, do another one. I mean, if you want to, you could cut a little piece of actual felt and then colour it with the blue, and then that would make sure you really do have a uniform, but it might make it a bit thick. Yeah. Lift that off. Very quick to do. And I really would neaten up the edges by snipping them if you needed to. But as I say, we're joining 3 sides actually onto the jacket. So there's plenty of opportunity to neaten up those edges when you do that. Okay, let's just push those in a bit. That's about the same size as the other one. Fold that over. Snip that off. Okay, little pockets. Still a little bit bigger than that one, isn't it? So let's go in that way too. There we go. Close enough for jazz. Right, so we are now going to place our pockets. So it's basically just in this little corner here, and we're going to felt it down the sides, the bottom, the side, and leave the top open. So that's why I like to find the neatest side, make that the top, and the rest it doesn't matter because I'm going to felt that and make it look good when I'm attaching it. Just take those little extra bits off, makes that look neater. Put that there. Okay, and let's just lightly, because we're felting it onto the jacket and not all the way through to the body. And we might well add a little bit of wool if we need to, because it's always easier to add things if you have a little extra bit of wool, which is why I don't mind there being a little bit messy at the edges, because I can use that wool to just push it back into place. Okay, lift that up. Right, now that's quite proud now because I've used those edge bits. So I'm just going to felt it down a little bit at the edge. Squish with my fingers. Got that nice little bit at the top. Now you can, if you want to, turn it over, see where your line is, just felt it back. You can feel exactly where it is, just felt it back in again. Make that a little bit of a stronger connection. And back over. There we go. So I can just see those little bits that I've pushed through. And it just helps me tidy it up. There we go. Little push it all nice and even. And then you've got your nice little pocket. We just need to put one on the other side. Okay. Make it roughly the same position. Route it down at the sides. And this one I am going to add a little bit over the top to felt down the sides, because this is the one which was very slightly smaller. So rather than integrate those loose bits, I'm going to add a little bit of extra here to those loose bits, which just makes it very, very much slightly bigger than when I popped it on. Not that it's vitally important, because, you know, he's just probably stretched out one of the pockets and putting his apples in them. There's carrots. And as you can see, because I've added that over the top, it's not quite as defined, so that just enables us to go back over it. Still got the little pocket there, which is open. Okay, just snip the top a little bit, just so that looks nice and neat. Do that edge there. Okay, nice. Okay, so then we've got a nice little pocket that side. And a nice little open pocket that side. Yeah. Okay. Cute. Lovely. Okay, so now we are going to make his arms. Okay. We make them obviously separately and then add them, which will, one of them will be, the right hand one will be at quite an acute angle, and this one will be at a 90-degree angle. Let me show you on here, because this one is him kind of putting his little hand up to his face, and this one is at almost right angles, but angled to actually hold the little handkerchief down by his side. Okay, right, so let's read the instructions. We need to create a 7 centimetre long thin pencil shape blue sausage. Take a strip of blue wool and wrap it round your needle, about 2 layers. While still on the needle, roll the shape in the palms of your hands to tangle the fibres. Then we take it off the needle and make sure it's 7 centimetres long. Felt the ends to that length, so either in or increase with wool to make it out. If you need to, add a bit more wool to make it thick. So we need it about 1 centimetre thick. Okay, right. So once again, let's start with our needle. Actually, let's get a nice finish piece, yeah. And I'm looking at the pictures as well. Yeah, okay. So we've done this before for the eyebrows. So here we go. Doesn't need to be really tight because we'll have plenty of opportunity to felt this. Making sure we keep it as ribbon-like as we can as we're doing this over the top. Okay, so that's the first. It's definitely not a centimetre thick yet. Just put that on there. Okay, so we'll get another one. And we also know that one end is going to end up being the shoulder, where we would add fibre to it to make it bigger, so we won't worry if we've got a bulbous end, as it were. So to say, keep it as ribbon-like, so try not to twist it as you're going over here and back down. It's always best to be able to go up and back down again and back round. Okay, so we're going to just roll that in the palm of our hands, which will probably extend it a bit. Take it out. Let's see how long that is. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit long. So if I take that, noting up the edges either side, that will probably be 7 centimetres. And I'm going to do the other one first before we do any shaping. There we go, it's down there. Or do any adding to the size or anything, because that's still, you know, fairly soft, and I think we need to make that a bit more robust, even though size wise it is about 1 centimetre. But if I just do a little bit of felting, notice I'm doing this at an angle because it's quite thin, being about 1 centimetre, and I don't want it to go through to the mat. So the easiest way to do that is to do that at an angle. Obviously I can see the marks that I'm making, and if I roll it in my hands again, they'll all disappear. Right, how long is that? That's extended it a little bit, so we're going to just go down the centre, and that way. Let's go back down the centre. I think that's 7 centimetres. Oh, that's about 7 centimetres, brilliant. Okay, let's pop that there. Let's take our second piece. It's probably a bit flimsier than the first, but hey, we'll know by the size. Let's start just by wrapping that, trying to keep it as ribbon-like as we can. Down here, back, down. Okay, hold on to that. Let's take the next piece. But I'm just going to rub that in my hands, even though just to felt that in. Let's get my hand ready. There you go. Okay. There we go, and do that a bit more. Felt that again. So that definitely is not as big as the first one I did. So I'm going to add a bit more. So as you can see, I would say you kind of make it up as you go along, as in, you know, like I've said, it's an art, not a science. So I can say, oh, take this much, take that much, measure it, and make sure you use exactly the same piece of wool on each side, and it will still look different, which is why I don't do that now. Okay, right. Let's take that off, and then let's just take that down the centre. I've got the other one, which is 7 centimetres long, to measure this against this time. Okay, it's just a bit too long, as I would have thought. I'm just going to go back down there. And I think this one's a bit thinner. Okay. So I'm going to once again do what I did on the other one. Let's make that in there a bit. Make that a bit more together. I'm using the light needle again and just reinforcing that shape that we've made. It doesn't need to be rock hard, because I do in fact in a minute need to bend the middle so that we've got the elbow. So again, some little measure. Whoops. There we go. So not bad. Not bad, but this one is definitely very, very slightly thinner, because I did not use as much, and I knew that to start with. So I'm just going to add a little bit. As I do a little felt down. There we go. Very, very lightly felting that in, and then I will do the rub in my hands, and no doubt I will have made it longer, so I will felt it back down again, and that will have made it just strong enough. Okay, there we go. Make that, yes, just that little bit. As I suspect, every time you kind of roll it in your hand, you always make it a little bit longer. So there we go. And back down. Back down, back down, back down. So we just play around with them till they look about the same. That's roughly the same, even though that's a bit thinner down there, and that's fine because the arm is going to have a wrist and a shoulder, and we're going to put a little collar, cuff around the wrist. Okay, so let's read what felt to reduce, make it, yeah, so we've done step 39. Step 40, shape the arms. So we need to add some wool to one end to create the shoulder, and then halfway down bend the arm, felt into the bend to help make it secure, and then add some wool to make it the bend more stable, and put some more wool on the outside on the elbow, which just helps to convince of the shape. One of the arms should be at 90 degrees, bump, and the other one should be tighter. Look at the finished picture to see the angles. Right, okay, so let's start with this one. Do I have it? No, but I don't really have a thin end and a thick end, but I'm going to make this one the thicker end. So when you look at your picture, you know, to halfway, it kind of gradually goes up and then to that thick area. Now bear in mind, when we join this, we will also use some fibre to add on there, and that will build it out a little bit as well. But to start with, we'll just add a bit here and then gradually, well, graduate it down so it doesn't look like just a big dunk on the end. Okay. Right, so let's take a small piece here a moment, and I'm just going to wrap that around and felt that down, because basically this is going to be, you know, felted against the side of the body, so it's going to be wider out the sides than it is front and back, and the back definitely is going to be flat because that's going to be against the body. So it's like a bit like a sort of chicken wing leg even. Okay, so that just gives it a little bit of, let's have another bit of vegetable matter. There we go. Let's have a little look. Okay. So that's some. Hello, Milo. Yeah, are you happy? Come to say hello. You can sit yourself down, sweetheart. Okay. I'm going to just add a little bit more. Just to make it quite a solid addition, and then I'll do the bend. Okay, pull that round. Don't need to bring it all the way in because, as I say, this side's going to be flat. Back round. And this is just going to gradually go round. Just creating that little shape of a shoulder, which will get a bit more on it when we have to put it in place. And so then, if we need to build that out forward a bit to make it a bit chunkier, we will do. Okay, that feels a little bit. Okay, that has extended it to 8 centimeters. That's fine. And then we've got the middle, which is about there. Okay, so let's just mark that. And then bend it. So let's do the first one, which is the 90 degrees. Okay, so I've just, by doing the mark and then bending it on the mark. Okay, so that will be that one, which if you look at it, it's 90 degrees. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Just felt that a little bit, and then add a little bit of wool just to help secure that in place, and then we will add the elbow, which really helps to emphasize the arm shape and the bend. And we'll try it on for size, bearing in mind we still haven't got our hands or anything. Or paws, I should say, shouldn't I, for our little for our little Peter. Okay. Okay, let's once again bend that in. Now, I've overemphasised that, and so I can bend that out again. Now, I'm going to add a little bit on the, so the first thing I'm going to do is going to roll a small piece into a little ball. And I'm just going to add it to the elbow. I'll look at it in a minute and see if I need to make it bigger or smaller. But at the moment, I'm just going to add it on. Okay, so that's added on. And will also help by further doing that bend in there. Okay, so that's not bad. And it is just like a little ball, because like your own elbow, it's just a little ball on there. It doesn't come, so it doesn't come out and meet the rest. It's just that little bit on the edge there, which just emphasises the fact that there's a bend. Okay, lovely. Now I have actually made that as the right arm, so even though I've done it at the 90 degrees, I'm going to actually have to make him as the acute one, because he's the right arm and it's the left arm which is the 90 degrees. Did you spot the deliberate mistake? Okay, so let's just bend that a little bit more then. Okay. Bend that a little bit more. Ready to add the hand. Right, I'm going to add a bit more ball just on this end. Hello there, Milo. Yeah. Yeah, do you want to go out? Is the back door not open? Okay, just going to go and let Milo out. Okay. Yes, he wanted some more food. Right, so I was just adding a bit more there, wasn't I? Just to help make that a little bit more solid. And I will felt a bit more into there because he's going to be more acute in the, now that I've realised we're doing the right arm. There we go. Okay, so he will go there and, you know, come up to his mouth, as it were. By the time we've got his little hand in there and we've put the cuff round, it will be as close to that. So you can, you know, it's up to you where and how you fix that, but the idea is that he's kind of going to go ooh, like that. Okay, so that's that one. Ready? Let's do the next one. Okay, so we're going to firstly give him a shoulder. Okay, so just adding a bit more like we did last time, but as I said, we don't need to take it round the, now let's make sure we get this on the right way. So this one is going to be this side, yes, okay. It's all about when I do the bend, isn't it? It's fine when I'm adding this bit. You can probably tell that when I make things I'm often redoing things and getting things wrong way round and putting them back on again. But as I say, that's why I very much like needle felting, because there's no real mistakes as such. It's just, oh, I'm going to do that a different way. Oh dear, I've made 2 of those. Perhaps I'll make less next time. But as such, it is not a mistake. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Now, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's quite large. I don't feel like I need to add any more to that one. Shape looks quite good. So this one, I'm going to do the 90 degrees. So this is going to be the left arm. So let me see how long this is a minute. I've made, okay. So he hasn't extended, I need to, the other one extended out to 8 centimetres by the time I added on this. So I need to make sure this one's the same. Okay, just a little bit more up end here. And that will do that. Okay, there we go. So halfway is about there. So let's make the crease, as it were, for the bend. And then it's the 90 degrees. Let's make it a bit more. There we go. Okay. And felt that in place. And then we can add the elbow and the fibres to just help that felting, keeping it, you know, as a proper bend, shaped, as opposed to it will move. There we go. And we'll do his little elbow. Let's make a little ball. Let's see how big that is in a minute. Okay, that bit needs to this side. Yes, I think we need to make that a bit neat by adding some fibres on the top of that. There we go, step myself trying to do it too quickly. Okay. See. Okay, so that's got that shape done quite well. So we are now going to make the hand and add the little cuff. So we take some of our light brown wool and let's see. So we want to, we basically want to roll it. So let's roll it into a bit of a sausage, but fold it over. Okay, felt it a little bit on the mat so that we've got that kind of mitten paw shape. Okay, let's just felt it down the bottom, turn it over, just do it again. So I've got all the loose ends down this end that I'm going to join to the arm. Okay, right, I think that's about the right size. If not, we could always wrap a bit more around there, but I'm going to go with that. So I need to join this into the end. Okay, so we're basically going to felt down the end, so let me pick that up and initially start with it at right angles to the arm and just felt those ends down. So I'm just taking it through those fibres down the end without doing much else other than that's just going to make sure it's held in there. I'm using the light needle because I don't want to really make the arm smaller. I just want to felt this into position. Okay, so now I'm going to go round so that it kind of sits up now in the angle it's going to be. Now in a minute I will check to see how it's looking in terms of the overall size, because bearing in mind I'm still going to add a cuff. Which will cover up any areas of non-finished bits here. So now what I can even do is take the needle through the centre of the hand and actually felt some more down the arm. I'm not bringing it right the way up, I'm just doing that within there. Okay, felt that a little bit more. And I might decide to make this slightly bigger. Okay, so just add a little bit there and then take it round. Just to add a little bit to the sides and neaten it up. And that can also help with the, joining it, because it was a bit thin at the wrist, and that just enables you to fatten up the hand and the joining part and the wrist and any other parts that you may or may not have been happy with. If you were very happy with it and it was all the right size, you don't need to worry. Okay. All right, so that's that. So now I need to do the little cuff. And like everything, you can neaten this up and snip off any areas that you think are a little too wild. So now we're going to do a really, really thin cuff. I'm just going to look at that picture on that. How does it look on here? Just looking at the foot. She says, just looking at the photos. Okay, yeah, so just adding that little tube. Now I actually quite like to do it still round my needle to do that, to get that little tube shape. So that's just a very, very thin winding round the needle, back down, and then as always I do a little rub on the palm because that just entangles those fibres, because you know this is going to be so thin. I'm just going to felt it onto the piece. Okay, so that just helps to give that kind of nice end. Just tacking that in to the end. Turn it over. You know, if you've made it a little bit messy at the joining part, it just helps to cover that up. But I just think it also looks quite cute to have a little cuff. There we go, just lightly felted it in place. Like that. Fabulous. And then let's just do the hand and adding the cuff onto the other one. This one's our cute one. Okay, so let's get our little piece, fold it in half, and then just make that into the hand. Because I added a bit last time, I might add a little bit more here before I add it. But it's nice to have this little bit at the end to do the felting into the arm, down the arm, as it were. Okay, I'm going to add that now rather than after I've got it on. Okay, then I should be ready to add it. There we go. Okay, I'm going to add that once again, initially, just at right angles to it. Take those fibres down into the arm to secure it in place. Okay, going round, adding that in place. Okay, now I am going to definitely take my needle down the end this time, because I feel like this has got a bit long, and that will help to get that down in there. Now this one is the one which is going up to the mouth. Okay, let's felt this down the arm a bit where it's been joining. Okay, so this is the one which is going to come up to the mouth. Yeah, quite liking that. Okay, so I just need to make my little cuff. There we go. Felt that a little bit in my hand. Take that off. Felt that round. Tack that in there. So it's not going anywhere. And then take it round the piece. Tack that end in. Bring that round. Tack that end in. Okay. Neaten that up. If you feel you need to add anything to neaten up edges or make something thicker in there, so I feel like I've actually need to put a little bit in there because it just seems to be a little bit too emphasized. So I'm just going to take a really light piece, and with my light needle just take it into that groove there very lightly to just help integrate that cuff into the arm. The other one went fine, and this one I think just needed that little extra. Okay, and down to the bottom. There you go. Okay, so that will basically go on here and be the hand up to his mouth like that. There we go. Great. Okay, so now we just need to add these arms to the body. So as with all of our additions, we tend to pin them on first and check that we like them from all directions. So that's so I say this arm is going to go in and going to be the slightly up to the mouth. So let's just pin that in there, and then we can decide whether we're happy with it. And this one, which is kind of at right angles, is going to be a bit more down by the side holding the handkerchief. So let's take that out, put that there and pop that in. Now that's me just doing it from instinct rather than absolutely measuring or anything. Okay, now my little chap, I have actually got his head on his side, so I could well think, well, actually, because I've got the lapel slightly up higher, I could also have the arm slightly up higher, so he really is an angle, whereas this little one very much at the same. Okay, so that's very much the same because he's literally just looking to the side, whereas this little chap, I've got him at a definite angle, so I could have him up a bit higher, you know, or I could have him so it's down there. So the great thing about putting the pin is I can move the angle about, or I could have it so it's still at the same and he really is just slightly turning. So I actually like it like that, where it's very, very slightly up. I'm going to be holding that handkerchief, or do I see indecision now? Or do I quite like it up? Yeah, see, I quite like it. I quite like that with him a little bit lopsided. I do like a lopsided piece. Right, so pinned in place. So now, well, once you're happy, you're going to push. You can push on the pin if you like, but push the arm in place and just tack round the edge rather than over the top, because we don't at this stage want to make anything any smaller. Okay, it's tacked in place. All right, and let's do that on the other one over here, because he's going to be holding our handkerchief. Tack that in place, pushing in with my thumb. And if we've distorted the shoulders, this is where we can add the, and also you can go in the middle, you know, and just, especially with the light needle, because you're not really changing the shape of anything. There we go. So that's then tacked in place. Yeah, adjust the pose until you press, and all around, adjust the pose until you're happy. And then I would just add a little bit more over the top, just to truly, obviously, take the pin out, and I would just then felt into the middle there, just to do the job that the pin was doing. Fill up the hole, and I would just slightly felt over the top, emphasizing the shape of the arm, and then take the rest of that into the jacket. There we go. I was just thinking with the pockets, you know, you could even have a little carrot hanging out of a pocket or something if you wanted to. Because it's just like a radish and a carrot, does our Peter. There we go. Okay. So that's sort of like a much lighter join, but That just helps to keep that in place there. Okay, a bit more of a solid placement, as it were. Okay, and then I'll just emphasize the shoulder. Okay, yeah, cute. Right, and do the same to the other side. Okay, put that over the top, around that shape of the shoulder. Let's keep that in there. We'd already done our through the shoulder into the arm where the pin was. So we don't need to do that again over this one. There you go, just makes that nice and secure and in position. There we go. So there we go, look at him. Bless. So he's nearly there, apart from his feet, and then the kind of go over and tidy up, because I certainly want to make the little tummy a little bit better, because I think I wanted to give him a little bit of a bottom as well, didn't I? For adding his tail, obviously. So yes, but you can see very much how he's coming along. Okay, so we're on to making the shoes. Now, just before I go on to make the shoes, as I said, you will assess the full sculpture all the time, depending on the little bits you add and what you're going to do, and what you like and don't like. And so as I go to add the shoes, if I show you here, so I kind of put the shoes just below where the stomach meets the the feet, which are tucked under with the thighs, etc. Okay, now one of the bits that I didn't really like about my stomach was he seemed a bit wide, so I have identified that actually I need to make the legs come in a little bit, and so I've actually already put a little line down there where I will actually bring a bit more of the light brown rabbit colour into the centre, okay, and then I'll be able to fit my shoes under there, and that tells you as you go along, you see the little bits and how it comes together, and a bit that I was unhappy with, I now know why I was unhappy with it. And I'm just going to lightly put his little chest in a minute. See, I'm just always playing around, adding, taking away, making changes, and even when it's done, I'll still make changes. So I almost have to, it's like you have to take it away from me so that I'll stop. Okay, but he's nice, and I like the fact that he's a little bit lopsided. I do love a lopsided. Must say something about me, mustn't it? Right, okay, so let's start to make the shoes, because I know I'm going to change that, but I just wanted to show you that. We'll see it a bit more just before we go to add the shoes. So let's read it first of all. Making the shoes. It's only the toe of Peter's shoe that appears from underneath his fur, and the rest is unseen. So you'll create the toe and add a back to attach to the body underneath. So we'll create the toe, but we'll also create the back, because that's how it attaches underneath. Okay. So roll a small piece of brown wool in your hand, felt a little, not in your hand obviously, and put the ball on your mat and lay some wool over the top and out the back. Oh, I see, right, yeah, because we want this ball and out the back. Felt on top of the toe, and then add a little base. Turn Peter upside down and tack the feet in place. Check that they look good on the front and move it around until you're happy. Felt in place. Absolutely looking at the picture, yeah, so we do the little shape, put the little ball on top, and then off we go. Okay, so let's take a little bit of wool and kind of roll it in our hands. And I'm going to do two together this time so that I do them the same. Now here, it doesn't really matter how long you make the back because that's going underneath and you're not going to see it. Okay, so I'm just making something long enough to go underneath. Let me just put that there. Bring that forward. How long is that? It's about 3 centimeters long, in case you want to know. Okay, let's take a little bit more. A bit too much. I never do it the same anyway. It's always going to be a bit less or a bit more the second time, but at least I can make it the same size. Okay, did you hear that? I'm going to have to turn my notifications off again, aren't I? Okay, it's roughly the same. Now I want to make that little toe for the front, so I shall roll that up into a bit more of a ball. Put that on the front. Okay. Okay, so I actually did this slightly opposite to my own instructions because I did the felt flat and out the back and then I laid the ball on top of it, whereas my instructions said do the ball and then lay the bit on top. It doesn't matter which way you do it. Yeah, I'm just looking at that. Yeah, okay. So it depends which way you prefer to do it. If you want to, let me just show. You can sort of roll the ball, put that down, which will be the toe, basically. Felt that a little. Even make that a bit more if you want. Yeah, there's your nice little toe. And then you could lay a longer piece which goes down and out the back. So it goes over the top and then down out the back. And you get exactly the same result, which is a little shoe. But I'm just going to carry on doing it this way because I did it this way around. There we go. Either way, we're making a little flat slipper basically with a toe. There's a little foot to go in. But because it is just the toe that shows, we do need to make this toe bit robust enough that it is going to pop out the front. Let's do that a bit more. And a bigger toe there. Now, I haven't actually paid much attention, but I really shouldn't be doing this too hard. It should be a nice light felt so that I can pick it off the mat. So, a little bit too late. I'm doing it on the side. I will pick it off in a sec. Okay, so I think we're ready to at least take our slipper up, tidy up the other side. I think I did probably felt a little bit too much into that. So that was my extra one that I did the slightly different way. Okay, so let's turn that over the other side and just lightly, very lightly felt that back. I will keep lifting it as I go this time because it's in one solid piece, so I can do. Whereas when I was initially starting up, it was all fluff. Okay, there we go. It's okay on its side. This one, tidy it up over the back. As I say, the back bit is just to attach, so it just needs to be substantial enough that it's not going to fall apart, and it is there holding onto the toe. All right, so I am going to want to bring that there. So I'm going to first of all do my little line that I mentioned, because we'll assess it all at the end anyway. But as you're adding a little piece like the shoe around distinctly, obviously it's, you know, it's the foot of the which sits in under the fluff, but obviously on the edge of the leg. So I just need to bring that in a bit. So you make changes as and when. There's no, once again, no right or wrong time to do it, but as I'm going to be adding the foot and I want to add the foot under there, and I didn't like the fact that the stomach was so big. In fact, I'm probably going to bring that little bit down there as well. A little bit obsessed. I always get this, a piece that I'm making, there'll be something that I'm obsessed with, so it'll be something that I don't particularly like on the piece I'm making, or just a piece that I really want a particular area to go well, and I will just fluff it up and play with it pretty much even when I'm done. Right, and then just there, bring that down inside. It's kind of at an angle, like, yeah, at an angle, at an angle. I will also look at the shape. Now the great thing is once we've actually got these shoes on, as I said before, it's like a little stabilizer. Okay, there we go. Especially with the tail that we're going to put on the back. So let me just check that. Yeah, okay, you can stand up even before I've put that on. So it's nice and solid in the middle, not so solid around the outside. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the rabbit fluff underneath here, which corresponds to where the leg kind of finishes. Okay, and I'll do the same on the other side. Not really required, but just means you're less likely to get the wrong colour suddenly showing through. And as I'm about to add the feet, I think now is the time to do this. Now the question is, when I'm doing that, should I add him a little, because I keep saying I wanted to give him a little bit of a touche, because I still think he had a little bit of, it's a bit bottomless. I'm just going to lightly put that in there. And I'm doing this all now because obviously I'm putting the feet on and kind of sorting out the bottom. Otherwise I'd do it right at the very end once I've done the tail. But, well, I couldn't do it once I've done the tail. When I was doing the tail, which is the next bit anyway. Okay, so I'm just gonna, I do have a nice amount of this particular wool, so no problems with adding pieces like this. I don't really need to make it really thick, just need to make it substantial enough. Right, okay, let's make that a little bit neater. Having laid that on, I'm going to lay a light piece over the top there. There we go. Making that hopefully just lay that a little bit flat because I've obviously bent that up a bit. There you go, just gave him a little bit of an out there, just a little bit of a, not a huge bottom, just a little bit of a botty there. Okay, right, so I think I'm quite happy with his, I'm going to put his feet there. So let me tack this on like I normally do, where I think it's going to be, and then I can just tack that on there lightly. Do that the other way. I might want to splay them slightly out to the side or something, and it doesn't have to be exactly the same length underneath. You can change that afterwards once it's done if that's important to you. Okay, so we're looking from above there, seeing his little tootsies. Now you might want to sort of spread them out to the side, you might want to put them straight ahead. It's up to you. So I'm going to just put mine straight ahead, I think. Let me just felt that a little bit more. Ooh, bend that finger and stuff, my dodgy finger, as I call it. My rather bent finger. When I say my dodgy finger, you see that it's actually, can you see it bends? It's normal because, and it clicks a lot, it gets stuck in particular positions. From my youth of playing basketball, and I used to keep getting the ball on the end of my finger. It serves me right for not catching it really. Okay. There we go. I'm felting that in place because I think I'm happy with that. I'll have another look. If I wanted to, I can make that just slightly bigger underneath. You know, it's a pure look, and you know, if you are the type of person that if you make an item of clothing, whatever goes underneath the clothing, you still want it to look good, then you're probably going to be someone who's going to make that equally the same size underneath. Okay. So there's his little footsies coming out underneath. So while I'm also here, I am just going to do a little bit of tidying up of the white bit, because at the moment all my white fibres go across that way, and I'm going to lay this white up rather than across and very lightly tap it on. And I won't do much else because I'm going to go round and do the tail, because the tail's the next section. Yes, it is. Oh, I should double check I've done everything in this section first. Yeah, check it looks good. Which is fine, which is what we do for everything. Make sure everything looks good in our eyes, you know, because that's who we're trying to please. Okay, yes, so happy with that. So turning around that way, yep. And I'm quite happy with that very slightly slope to his bottom. Okay, and then it comes down. So now the other thing I was going to say was that the body doesn't keep going out. It sort of dips in a little bit. You know, if you see an animal sitting down or whatever, it just slightly curves in at the bottom round. So I'm just going to make sure it does that, because I'm going to add the tail in a minute, and that will certainly get in the way of doing anything around the back. So it's just good to see that everything kind of looks good. Yes. Okay. So he tips backwards, but he won't do once I've got his little tail on. Lovely. So let's have a look at the instructions. Make the tail. Take a small strip of white core. Oh, this is the piece that we left. I mean, I've got a few bits actually. So let's take the small bit, the bit the size of the hand that we left behind. Okay, and it says loosely roll it. I'm going to take a small strip from this core and not use the whole of that. Okay, and loosely roll it into an oblong. Attach one end to the bottom of Peter and then roll it up towards the body and felt the other end also onto the bottom. Push up to rest on Peter's bottom and felt around the edge. Okay, right, got you. Squish with your fingers to create the shape of a fluffy tail. The tail will be a stabilizer to help him balance. Right, okay. So what we're going to do is start with this and roll it up. Let's take all the debris out. Okay. So the idea is we put it on, because this is like your oblong, we curl it over so that we've got that much, and then we make it into a shape. Okay. Take that little piece out as well. Yeah. So we attach that, pull that in, and then make it shaped. Right. So that's our little oblong, which, as you can see, it's nice and flouncy, and it really doesn't need to be any more than that. And we start by adding that there. Okay, let's make sure it's properly attached the other side as well. Because remember, this bottom bit is going to be the stabilizer. Lovely. Then we're going to roll it over and attach that there. I am using my light needle. Okay, make sure. Right, so then we push up to squish it into the shape of a bunny rabbit tail, which is, I always think, give him a little pointy bit at the top there. Okay, slightly smaller at the bottom, fluffing out, and then hold it down felt around the edges. Okay. And then, you know, if you want to make it rounder or a slightly different shape or anything at all. If it's too big, then you felt it so that it condenses. Just making sure that's in at the sides there. Don't want that suddenly coming off. Okay, he's got a nice large tail, which is good. I shall just make it so that it angles in at the top. By really lightly tapping it, the tail, by really lightly tapping it, you are kind of making that outside of the tail a little bit crisper. There we go. So that gives him a nice little tail. Right, does that help him stand up? Oh yes, it does. In fact, he's a little bit rocked back onto his tail. So what I'm going to do is make that a little bit more underneath. So he's rocking back onto the tail rather than being pushed onto the front. So I'm going to add a little bit to the bottom of the tail onto the underside, which will rock him back onto the front of his toes. And don't worry, I haven't forgotten about doing the buttons. That is the next step, I think, in our kind of final bits. Okay, let's see if that was enough to... Yes, that's enough to rock him forward. Okay, let's neaten that up. Now, I always neaten things up like that when I've added something on by covering the whole bit over with a very, very light piece. It just helps to integrate what you've done, covering up any little joins. Okay. Just lightly felting that in. Yeah, just helps to make it look like it's all one piece. And actually it gives it that little fluffier look as well, which is quite nice. Who doesn't love a fluffy tail? There we go. Oops. Right. Yeah. And give him a nice squish down. Yeah. He stands there nice and proud now. There he is. Lovely. Still got those little buttons to do. Okay, let's have a look. What does it say? Yep, stabilise once you're happy. There's some loose fibres on top, which I just did. There you go. So check your stands okay. Brilliant. If you need to felt some wool underneath to make it more stable, the feet and tail could be stabilisers. There you go. So as I say, you might want to, if that's your thing, make that the same size as that. But I'm certainly happy with the way that he stands. So now we're on to the wonderful golden buttons, and our instructions say take 2 very small pieces of yellow wool and roll between your fingers and thumb into 2 balls. You will now add these to the jacket as gold buttons. Place the top one on the jacket and felt underneath the ball into the jacket, felt all around, but not on top and through the button because you don't want to flatten it. Repeat on the second one. Okay. Now then, let's try not to make too big. Let's see how big a button we want. I am actually going to roll 2 pieces and see what they look like before I attach them. Do they feel about the same? Yeah, they feel about the same. Oh, lost it down there. Now, I'm adding 2 buttons because this is how I did my one. Now you could add 3 buttons if you want. If you want to put another one down here, it's completely up to you. I just like the look of 2 buttons. I like the idea that he's lost a button. Okay, so let's tuck his little arm in. You can even push it out there if we want to, because I'm going to put my first one here and the next one down here. So let's just have that there. Now, as I say, you felt this around and underneath. You're almost tapping it into that same spot. So you're going round here and underneath and then tapping it into that central. So imagine, you know, there's a stitch which goes through like any button, and you're just taking the thread and always taking it underneath and through that same stitch, rather than taking your needle through the top and flattening it. Okay, let's go around the back and do a little piece. Just to, if we go around the back and everywhere, it just helps to keep it round. Once again, the light needle, which, see, just took it through there. Okay. Now once it's in and substantiated, if you find that you've put a little bit too much wool on, or you want to make it a little bit flatter, then by all means felt on top lightly, but don't felt on top to actually place it, connect it, do it to make it look right rather than to make it structurally okay. So I'm going to put my second one down here, but this is very much up to you where you want to place your piece, your little buttons. So wonderful gold buttons, or yellow buttons, but they're golden to me. Very lightly there. Let's see. Okay. So lift that up. Right. Bend his little arm in place again. Okay. There we are. So yeah, you can still bend your little arm around. You know, if you want to put his arm very specifically and not move it around, you could felt it so that it's absolutely there. Just by getting a little bit of wool and putting it across there and then marking the centre part, then that would actually keep that in place. I quite like the idea of it moving around a bit. Okay, right, excellent. So we finally get to the handkerchief. So now the handkerchief that we have here is a nice plain handkerchief, but if you wanted to, you could decorate your handkerchief with dots or stripes just by getting some of the white wool and decorating it as if it was a 2D little pattern. And I will leave you to play with that as much as you want to. Right, now I'm just going to measure because it should be 8 centimetres by 8 centimetres, the actual handkerchief, so it's marking 8 there. Marking 8 there. Okay, now I shall fold that over so that I've got that little line along there. Find my little mark for 8. Okay, make that little snip. And then also make that little snip down so that I know. Got my little cross, got my cross down, and I got my little bit across there. Okay. These are rather large scissors, aren't they? If you've got smaller scissors, they're probably more appropriate. Let me just fold that down that line as well. Much easier when you've got, even if it's a faint line, much easier if you've got a line to go for. And of course it doesn't really need to be exactly square because it's fabric, and we will easily be able to pull it about a bit. Okay, cut that, crumple it in your hand, lovely, and then felt a corner to the inside of Peter's hand. Stretch and crumple and arrange the handkerchief however you wish. Yes, so as you can see, I've definitely crumpled this one and stretched it a bit so that it sat exactly how I wanted it to. So one of these corners is going to be into Peter's hands, and I just stretch it a bit, make it a bit wonky. So crumple it up. Let's see. Now, Peter's hands down there. I will put it there, and it will go around there. Okay. Yeah. So let's put his little hand down there. Let's get our fold it over slightly. I'm going to use, no, that was the let's get the right needle. The light needle to start with, and probably don't need the strong needle because I don't want to push the red felt, into the hand, so to speak. Now I could quite easily, look, see, I've already pushed some of the fibres through. I'm just going to snip those off. I could cover that over. Now I could quite easily sort of bend that little hand round in order to hold on to it a bit more, or I can just leave it the way it is. Yeah, you see what I mean? You can just bend that over so it looks like he's holding it a bit more. You see that? Just looks like he's curling his hand around that. Okay, and then he's hanging on to the handkerchief. Now I squidge it, stretch it, put it all over the place before I place that into exactly how I want it to sit or not sit, or fall or not fall. It's completely up to you. So that one I've most definitely made it in a, that one I've most definitely made it in a fold that it goes back. I'm knocking the pieces over all over the place here, over the side and down, so that it very easily sits in that position next to him. Okay, so there he is. He is complete. I'm hoping you have a complete Peter too. And I don't know if you've noticed, but I put little notches in my jacket as well, which just by taking a needle and felting in, just gave that little notch. But as I say, add pattern to the handkerchief if you want to, or just leave it the way it is and stretch it, fold it into position so that he's got his little handkerchief. I often will be playing around with this, especially the ears. I love to play with those ears. They look like hand signals, don't they? Excellent. Well, bless. That's your 9, number 3. My number 3, I think you're fatter than my number 2. But exactly the same size head, so that's good, isn't it? Although one's got a slightly bigger nose. As I say, look at them. You see, they're not exactly the same. You know, one's got he definitely has a smaller face in that direction. And in fact, I haven't yet sorted out that eye where I made that nice and this is where I go round and actually say, right, I need to make that little bit less white round there. And if you wanted to, of course, you could get some little whiskers, which the best thing to use is, if you don't have anything like horsehair, is get a paintbrush, you know, blonde paintbrush, because the ends of paintbrushes, they graduate out just like whiskers do. Cut them off and use those. Do that. There we go. You can even put a little carrot in his pocket if you like. Excellent. So, hope you enjoyed that. And you could, of course, graduate to doing, you know, Peter Rabbit with an armature. If you do, I'll see you there. So, congratulations. You now have your Peter Rabbit. So I thought it was very appropriate for me to be surrounded by Peter Rabbit, soon as we've both created one together. So I really do hope it's been an enjoyable process for you. If you have any questions, then pop them below in the comments. Or, as I mentioned at the start, you could come to my Facebook group, which is Boutiques, Tips and Tutorials. Or you could go to Joe's group on Facebook, which is Craft Your Way to Happiness from the Crafty Kit Company, and share your Peter Rabbit and ask any questions. It's a shame that below on YouTube here you can't actually share your make, but by all means leave your comments or ask any questions and I will get back to you just as soon as I see it. Okay, so yeah, I mean, and especially if you've done anything different with yours, or, you know, I'd love to see how you've done your ears, whether you've decorated the handkerchief, all those sorts of things. So yeah, so you might want to progress to Peter Rabbit here, who's with an armature, and he's Peter Rabbit who's stolen the radishes. So you can pop along to the Crafty Kit Company and get yourself the kit. So the one that I'm kind of hiding behind me, in case you want an in-between one, now that you've done Peter Rabbit, you might want to do Mrs. Tiggy Winkle to compliment him. So once again, you can pop along while I'm trying to keep her in focus there. Pop along to the website of the Crafty Kit Company and get Mrs. Tiggy Winkle. Okay. Whatever, it's been a pleasure, and I hope you will join me again.